Talk shoes. Recorded live.
Black Power, B48, my old chat. Walking the Feet on the Ground Radio, it's your brother Born. What's going on out there, family? Think Tank Thursday, you know what it is. We're getting it in tonight. Come here. Think Tank Thursday, we're getting it in nice tonight. You know, so we got a couple questions going on out there to the family, and our main thing right now is whether or not, whether you could be Black African power and also espouse Eurocentric science at the same time. So that's the real question right now. And so with that being, with that being said, it's a simple case as they say, which way is up? We don't know which way is up, which way is down. We don't know which way is up, which way is down. Because if you call yourself African, are you African-centered? Are you espouse Black African power? One has to question you when you don't question science that comes out of what we would call academia, out of the academia world. We have to ask the question, what's going on when one says that they're about Black African power, but they take everything from the science world on face value, as though the European is honest in his endeavors dealing with any subject, and especially if one that is as critical and as crucial as science. And the main thing that we are really looking at in this situation is the nonsensical, to me, fucking approach our people will take it to, that we have evolved from apes in this evolutionary process that has put us on the planet no longer than 250,000 years, which is definitely out of the time zone. We have archaeological proof to stay different than that. We have footprints that were found by Leakey, 1 million years old. Same strategies. They found Australopithecus that have been confirmed to be anatomically correct human footprints that are 1 million years old. People try to tell, but the anatomically correct. But hold on, family. Hold on out there, family. 1 second. Give me 1 second out there, family. Black Power family, I'm back on Part of Self. Like I said, I'm traveling at the same time, but because, we got this work to do, we got to put this in. We got to get in there. We can't, we got to stay consistent. We got to stay on it. We cannot let those who have assumed know what's right for the African, espouse all this nonsensical rhetoric. So, as I was saying, family, we're dealing with whether or not you can be Black African power and also a proponent of Eurocentric science, where you have no questioning of what they have said, but only as far as what is inside the textbook. And if it's not in the textbook, then it's not correct. And and even go as far, and we have Negroes who even go as far as to say that if you don't have a degree in a certain science field, then you don't have the right to ask questions. But these same Negroes would take and do a fucking, would do a evolutionary, like a panel or a conference with maybe two people who have degrees that might encompass the science that they are actually speaking on. But there could be over 10 people on this panel, you know what I mean, who can ask questions. But black man is myself, because I ain't part of the motherfucking house of conscious entertainment circuit. I ain't part of the motherfucking WWF circuit, then I can't ask questions. Because my questions is only black. I only ask black power questions. I'm only thinking from an African perspective. And the African perspective has been relegated to being what they call pseudo. They're saying that we pseudo, if we speak in African. We're talking black talk. They say all this black talk we talking is pseudo talk. All this talk about melanin make us special. Pseudo talk. That melanin, that we are separate and unequal from the Tamahu. We talking pseudo. But none of these niggas have yet, told me how the fuck do you have a human being that got two other species, separate species inside their fucking genome, and then how the hell do you evolve separate species within inside your fucking genome? See, this is the ridiculousness that we're dealing with. People who won't check on that. Won't check on that shit. They won't find no answers to that. They just tell me that, look, well, prove that we ain't. You know, my thing is this, bitch, I can't find evidence right now. I haven't found all the evidence. But I found enough archaeological evidence to discredit that we only been here as humans 250,000 years. And that's all the fuck I need to know. So with that being said, Black Power will be before Hodier. Praise not turn glory to God, belong to the spirit of Dr. Cutler of Drew Muhammad. Praise Harriet Tubman. Glory to Ida B. Wells, long live the spirit of Sister Fanny Lou Hamer. So we're going to just get it in nice tonight. So family, y'all, check this out. What it do out there? Told y'all I'm on the grind. I'm headed to the house, so I don't really know who's out there in the world. I can't see y'all right now. I can't see who's out there. But
BB for Hodier family.
BB for Hodier, what's going on, brother Rahiru?
Sorry,
so yeah, you know, fella, I was just going over the theme for today's show. I mean, what's your take on it, brother Rahiru? I know you don't really get down with none of that.
My take on the whole evolution thing is just like this, bro. Evolution don't exist. Evolution and natural selection don't exist. They both depend on each other to have a course of existence. The only way that you can find anything evolving from one point to another is that is only been created with and tampered by the hands of man. So when you look at the so-called species or whatnot, let's call them hybrids, you know what I'm saying? You can't get a hybrid, you know what I'm saying, without there being some type of genetic tampering there. So, you know, I just listen to everything that's going on, and I look at it. When I look at the heads involved, the way that I actually see it is really religion versus evolution. That's really what their argument really is. And to see that it's clear, look at the heads that are involved. You got a bunch of Muslims, or more, or whatnot, whatever you want to call them. I throw them all in the same boat. You got a bunch of religious nuts arguing with those that claim that they're Kemetic, you know what I'm saying, over a topic that's been going on, I'd say for what, brother, be about 5-6 years, you know what I'm saying? the same topic keeps reappearing. So the fact that the topic keeps reappearing, I have to question the topic itself. What makes the argument on a debate between evolution and comedics, or evolution and religion, or evolution and whatever form of spirituality you want to attach to it, so goddamn important that y'all can put all this fucking verbal energy, physical energy, even get off your asses in masses to make this shit happen. But y'all motherfuckers can't put that same energy and that same passion and put that same power to get off your ass, to get our people, you know what I'm saying, in the right mind and in the militant strategists for this would be for Hodier. So, you know, all y'all niggas that's involved, that's in this so-called, you know, circuit of entertainment, you know what I'm saying, just keep it real and just stand on what it is that you really out there after and stop bullshitting the people. Shit is a fucking deception. Y'all motherfuckers is fake ass, you know what I'm saying, whatever title you want to give yourself, agents of deception, you know what I'm saying. Why I say that? Just like the words, give props to the Fab King Low for this one, you know what I'm saying. Everything that y'all niggas do that takes the mind and the energy away from what's important for our people, and y'all sit there and y'all put all that time and energy into something stupid that takes away from what's more important, there's no way that you can tell me or sell to me that what you're doing is for the people and for the benefit of liberation. Y'all motherfuckers just want to argue to hear each other talk on some dumb shit and keep the people away from what's really, you know, what really needs to be done. So y'all can take that shit and take y'all lane and take those that want to be in that lane and those that want to be entertained by that shit. Y'all can all get one big-ass room and have one giant-ass fuck-fest orgy, because that's all y'all really doing, you know what I'm saying? Move out the way and let real people come in and do what needs to be done. So, you know, I see it as what we do tonight. It's cleanup. You know, that's where I stand on that shit. I don't believe in none of that shit. I don't have belief. I don't even like to use the word believe. Yeah. That's where I stand with that shit. I ain't got time for the fuckers.
Peace. Well, thank you for that, brother. Hey, Wu. You know what I'm saying? You know, we out here on the grind getting it in, but my main thing is that, man, I've listened to several things. I listened to the show yesterday. I heard Negro say that dogs had involved, that that we as human beings right now, we transitional species, that we about to transition to something else, and we came from some other shit, and we about to go turn to some other shit. I hear niggas saying it's our science, as though the day is the cracker too, as though they in the house too, and we boss, we sick. So, you know, I'm hearing Negroes talking in this type of language, which is very, very telling, especially when you're supposed to be coming from a black African-centered perspective, especially when you're supposed to come from up under the ancestors, the elders. You know, you're saying that, are you a product of the elder teachers such as Dr. John Henry Clark, Dr. Ben, Dr. Amos Wilson? How are you a product of these people, but you do not critically look at the information that you're giving? You're not doing critical analysis. You're taking it as though, because it's scientific information, that it is the gospel, as though it does not get put through these motherfucking Eurocentric filters. So it's definitely something that's beyond me to understand how you could be black African power and also a Eurocentric goddamn science man. You know what I mean? And who has no question for the fucking shit that the European gives out. If it's peer reviewed, then it's all good with me. You know what I mean?
You saying that fairly, but it takes me back to a saying I hear crackers use. Crackers say if it ain't right, it ain't right, right? You say need to grow Negroes has been brainwashed with that same way of thinking. Because of the fact of looking at, you know, how we ended up in the situation that we in and who's able to mandate what, you know, a European or Eurocentric curriculum is, As long as that's the system and the way that you've been taught, that means that when the African curriculum comes in, you can't accept it because in your mind you think that the cracker is right. So everything that the cracker do, any knowledge, research, science, whatever you want to call it, whatever title you want to give it, that's being conducted, as long as it's being conducted by a cracker, you'll sit at the table and you'll eat the shit and you'll ask for seconds. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. But if an African, king, queen, stands up and tells the people this is what it is and proves facts, you know what I'm saying? And everything lines up correctly, y'all motherfuckers can't sit down and stomach that. Y'all motherfuckers start getting sick, start turning pale and shit, you know what I'm saying? Start throwing up and shit. It's a mental conditioning that these people have attached themselves to, that they can't break free of the mental chains of our oppressing and shit. So it's just like, you got to realize something. The cracker's the dumbest motherfucker on the planet. He got everything last, right? So why would you let this motherfucker set the standard on what knowledge and what science and what good information versus a bunch of dumb rhetoric bullshit? So when we look at our greats and our grandmaster teachers, you would have to show me in one of their works where these motherfuckers said that we evolved out of monkeys. You know what I'm saying? If we were an evolving people, then show me the beginning of our origins, which is billions of years, until now. We should be able to find everything that's in existence on the planet Earth should have a DNA connected to us. So that means grass, trees, flowers, cats, dogs, you know what I'm saying? Everything should have some type of African DNA in it. We evolved, right? So that means nothing can exist without evolving from us or us evolving from it, right? See, it's a lot of shit that they got to prove that they can't prove. They just out there, selling you their shit to keep your mind off of what's important and to put $1 in their pocket. That's it, and that's all. You can't fool me, and you can't fool the family here with that dumb shit. That's my word, dude.
And you're saying that there's been a lot of there's been a lot of bullshit espoused. You know what I mean? We out here just really working from a back. We really working from a what did we say? We working from behind the 8 ball. We're working from behind the 8 ball. We've already been late on a lot of the information that has been given to us. You know what I'm saying? We haven't been privy to a lot of information due to the fact of what they would call the academic mafia. There are things that are scrutinized that are never put into textbooks, but are found on a regular basis. A lot of archaeological things are found, but they are never placed alongside textbook information because you would have to rewrite certain pieces of history, or you would have to, in order to have these things done, or have these things placed out into the world as though that they were factual. One of the things that I want to definitely speak on is just that we have to scrutinize everybody. No one is above scrutiny. No one is above scrutiny. No one is above criticism right now in 2015. If somebody could name me the black person here in this wilderness who is above scrutiny, who has lost all ties with crackeritis, don't got no crackatosis, no niggeritis in their system at all, please let me know, because I would like to speak to this person and find out how they could achieve this while racism and white supremacy still exist. So I'm feeling, I definitely think that it's a long haul that we got going on. I'm not gonna be up to going to see niggas talking about some shit that you don't know on either side because you was not there. You're going on the side utilized by someone who is beyond racist. We don't even have to say racist. We know that he is beyond what we would call racist. And the main thing is that the way that they set up the evolution, it was due to the fact that they wanted to place the African closest to the savage ape. And I'm gonna show y'all this. I'm gonna read this this little passage. As soon as I get inside of the lab, I'm gonna read this passage out this book that I got, and so you can see where the hell they was coming from in the 1800s, in the late 19th century, when they were creating these things. That they were actually creating this under the guise of that the African was such a savage, that the African is such a savage that over time he would die out, that he would die because he was such a savage, and that he would be replaced by the more civilized races, i.e. white races. So y'all take note of that. I mean, definitely take note of that. I'd like to see who else out there on the line. I'm going to be able to get inside the lab in a second. Black Power, who else out there on the line? First, what other family we got out there? Beautiful
Black Power, be before the family.
Beautiful Sister Camille. Yeah, come on in and help out this dialogue real quick, and then let us know what you got on your mind about this timely question.
Well, first of all, no, you cannot be Black Power, African-centered, and adhere to your enemy's science. Out the gate, the answer is no for me. Two, regarding the cast, the same cast of characters, I'm gonna keep it 100. They conning the people. That's how I feel about it. It's a con fucking game. It's the same motherfuckers. First it was the religion of perversions, and it wasn't even them. The general came on the scene strictly for our people, strictly for our Bibi Fahodier, and annihilated these religions of perversions in a way that hadn't been done before. That caused all of these motherfucking slugs to come up from under the rock. Okay? They saw that our people was thirsty for knowledge, and they could pimp it. So they did that shit, Kemet on trial bullshit. Now we got the evolution bullshit versus creationalism or intelligent design. Really? This what you feeding our people? Huh? While we caught up in a Mayafa? While too many of us believe that slavery's ended because of the propaganda and our indoctrination? You're going to use I saw that whack shit. You're going to use the murder of our people in South Carolina to sell this fucking bullshit? How disrespectful is that? That's as bad as motherfucking Genie with the N-word. It's all about pushing a motherfucking agenda. Not the first one of them is concerned about ending this fucking racist society because they living good off it. Let's get it right. All of them need to taste slap out their goddamn mouth.
I couldn't say it better myself. Like I said, I'm out here in the world still a little bit, so, I got to mute for a second. I don't want to have too much background noise going on. But that was a very interesting point about how they piggybacked off of Charleston, South Carolina, went on there to promote this evolutionary creation thing. And it's not even evolution versus creation. They are titling this shit Evolution versus Mythology. The worst fucking title. I don't know why the fuck they would even title it like that. Because evolution is a theory. It's fake. But I'm wondering, how can you be African-centered and forget the mythos that we carry as Africans? And not one of them tells us that we come from no fucking ape. None of them talk about how the fuck you can get living matter from non-living matter. There's no such thing. See, this is the thing that when you start off at the beginning of this fucking evolutionary thing, there is no living matter. How the fuck do non-living matter turn to living matter? What fucking kind of spark do you got to give? What spark do I got to spark concrete to get this shit up the wall? Because that's non-living matter. How the fuck do I take concrete and get it to start turning into grass? You know what I mean? How do I take, these gases? What energy has to go to gas to turn it into life? That shit it has never happened. And the only time that they got some shit like this happening is they did this shit in the lab. They did this in the science laboratory, and they turned some gases into amino acid. But amino acid still is not a living species. It's not something that is alive. But even that there alone shows that you can't do the shit in a natural form, because it had to be done in a laboratory. It had to be manipulated by people. It's something that can't happen naturally. So, I'm really bewildered by some of this shit. And I got the fucking shit that really killed me, man, was today. I'm sitting there, not today, that was last night. When I watched this I watched the end of this thing on Talk with the Titans on evolution, and niggas said that dogs evolved from wolves. That right there let me know these niggas don't know what the fuck they talking about, because nobody checked the nigga on that shit. Everybody on the panel just rolled with it and let that shit go. Even though they pulling out biology books, microbiology, they know the physics, they know anatomy, they know archaeology, they know architecture, they know physical science, philosophy, they know every fucking thing. They got all this shit done. They got it all down pat. But a motherfucker cannot check a nigga who say dogs evolved from fucking wolves. That's the most nonsensical shit I've ever heard in my fucking life. Everybody knows that fucking dogs was grafted out of a fucking wolf. That was a goddamn manipulation, genetic manipulation. That was a breeding process for the fucking dog, for the house dogs to come up out of a wolf. They show me the fucking one. Show me what said the dog evolved from the wolf. Those little say what? The Siberian Husky? What? German Shepherd? Fuck. None. All right. But you sent me out.
Black Power?
Black Power. To me, the closest dog-wolf relationship to me would be the Akita, or like you said, the Siberian Husky, but that's not a force of evolution, so the brother's right. So it goes back to what I was saying before, that when you look at how they try to play you on evolution, is only that has been tampered with by the hands of man. Goes back to a conversation we was having before that I won't rehash too much on because it's in the past, but it's like looking at the lion, tiger, that was man-made. It's like looking at the mule, man-made. It's like looking at the quail, man-made. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, how much longer are people going to be lost in this white cracker science bullshit? I'm going to say this. It takes a strong mind to be able to deal with the enemy's so-called knowledge or information or science, and to be able to break it down and separate truth from bullshit. Because if you don't have a strong mind, you will get lost like a lot of these need-to-grow Negroes, and you'll be on the same shit that they on.
Ashe. And I need to know how studying the racist cracker beast theories on how people came about, how life got started, how that's going to help us deal with our enemy, how that's going to help us collect our blood debt. How is that learning thyself? I don't recall any of the elders requesting us to learn the crackers' alleged theories on things for our mental liberation. I haven't seen that yet. You know, it's shameful, man. I just, these are some weak ass family members who don't want to deal with the problem at hand, and that's our BB for Hodier. And if you ain't dealing with any material to bring up that fire, that African warrior spirit in you, so you can do what you was put on this earth to do, which is collect that damn blood debt to restore our own way of life, our own civilization, our own reality, you're a problem. You're in the way.
Say this, it must be a hell of a check that come along with sitting on a Corinthian leather couch to make you put a dollar sign before the liberation of your people, and to go against information of truth that you yourself put out, to where you go against your own words, you go against Grandmaster teachings for a paycheck. I must have a whole lot of zeros on the end to make a man do some shit like that. Because I'm going to keep it real. I've lost all respect for you. I now know that I can't go to you and I can't listen to anything that comes out of your mouth and process it through my memory bank as good, solid information that I could use to teach and educate not only myself but my people and the youth, to where they can build themselves to a higher level of self. Because you have completely been conquered by your crackeritis, and you have turned there to the lower form of self, and you have turned your back on your people. So therefore, there's no longer any love or any respect. I refuse to hold arguments with these individuals, because it's a waste of time. I refuse to go on their platform and speak or ask any questions or even refute their dumb shit, because that's a waste of time. Because I know what's more important. What's more important is to get my people free out of the condition that they in, mentally and physically, and to see the death in the end to this pale-faced cave troll, stinky pinky, German shepherd dog beast called a cracker. So if you ain't about moving on liberation and freeing your people and ridding the world of our enemy and fighting against your enemy by whatever your position may be, I don't care if it's a weak position or a strong position, but if you're not moving on that position and standing on your square and being bold about that and putting your all and your energy into that, I ain't got no words for you. I ain't got no time for you. Y'all want to sit on slime net a couch, you know what I'm saying, for a paycheck and a dollar, to be on a circuit to deceive your people and lead them down a path of destruction and confusion. All you doing is stirring the mental chains of enslavement pot and spiraling the minds of your people into a further state of confusion. So you are doing to your own people the same thing that the cracker has done with motherfucking ideology and any forms of mental documentation that spirals our people into a state of confusion. So you are now the black author of confusion. I ain't got no love for you. No passion, no time, no words. If you do you stay in your lane, you be a cracker-loving ass house Negro. You know what I'm saying? You sell your people out for that check. You go sit on that Corinthian lever. You know what I'm saying? And see where that gets you. 10, 15 years from now, when our people are free, excuse me, don't mean to say F, you know what I'm saying? You could just write yourself into the history as being a fucking traitor, you fucking milkite. That's my piece on that.
Black
I know
power.
it's family out there that want to deal, you know what I'm saying, with the facts that just don't want to hear me go off. So we go get to the facts.
I've never seen it possible. I've never seen it possible, man. I've never seen it possible for you to be African-centered and also be able to very easily accept whatever the European puts out as gospel, man. I always thought that the question should be had, man. I haven't seen anything that the European has given out 100% truthfully. He has no morals nor ethics. You know what I'm saying? So I don't see anything that he's ever given out 100% truthfully. So I think all things have to be questioned, man. But I'm leery of any Negro who refuses to question the fact, but questions his brothers or sisters for questioning the fact. See, that's where the problem lies at. In lying, you having a problem with me questioning them. See, you know what I mean? I don't mind if you say, well, look, man, you know, that question right there, because you know, you're like, well, look, I done studied that and all that, you know, this, that, and the third. I pretty much I'm good on that, I mean. And you say, well, look, you know, and then you give me an explanation why the things that I'm talking about are wrong. You explain it to me now, brother, it go like this right here. Well, all right. But when you just tell me that, look, brother, you can't question them. Who are you to question them? Then that's when the fuck we got a big ass problem. Because then that shows me that you are totally European in your fucking thought to think that I need special paperwork. The question of fucking cracker. Question of like how to. It's no way any fucking question you have for a fucking a quote unquote alleged white man is valid. Questioning any fucking thing that they do is valid because we know what type of fucking people we're dealing with. This is what I'm. Who the fuck do you? Is Amos Wilson not speaking to y'all when they're telling you that you got to redefine this shit? Is goddamn was Dr. John Henry Clark wrong? Was he wrong when he was telling us that these motherfuckers go out digging for shit with a Bible in their motherfucking hand? Was he wrong? You know, was our elders wrong? Was Dr. Richard King, was he wrong when he said we were separate and unequal? That now we got Negroes talking about, oh, nah, we all just the same thing. It just haplogroup different. We all the same. Ain't nobody special. We all just monkeys. We all just great apes. We all just from the man motherfucker you brought out. That's not what they are. And I refuse to go by it because I'm black. I'm African first, second, and third. And I have not found one African goddamn tribe, one African spiritual system, one African set of customs that has said that we evolved from apes. So fuck off.
Ashe.
Whole problem. So, all this other shit about, niggas, like I said, motherfuckers ain't even explain how the fucking eye came about. And you trying to explain to me how the fuck we came from goddamn apes with all this other fucking evidence saying different.
Okay. I need to know how Dr. Clark didn't have a degree. Is any one of them, Bistro, Nunu, JJ, any one of them going to say they have more knowledge than Dr. Clark acquired? They on the same level? I got a degree, a bachelor's in computer science, right? Does that allow me to be on the level of Dr. Richard King, who got his MD in neuroscience and shit? Psychiatry? Does my bachelor's say I'm on the same level of Dr. Amos Wilson?
No, but it's not having that. Listen, right? Dr. John Henry Clark, right? John Henry Clark got honorary doctorate. Motherfucker's so sharp. You understand? Right? He's so sharp, right? Now, even saying that, though, Sister Camille, this is one thing. Even with you not having that, that still don't stop us from being able to ask the question. The elders never told us that we had to have certain type of paperwork just to ask questions. What the fuck? I never. All they say is the only wrong question is the question you don't ask.
Okay.
Not, nigga, don't ask no questions because you're too dumb about this. Nigga, fuck. Well, let me stay, look, man, what you want, let me stay dumb? Or when I ask a dumb question, you just give me the simple answer. Give me the simple answer. If it's such a dumb motherfucking question, give me the simple answer and let it be done with it. You know what I mean? Don't show me no motherfucking biology college textbook and then try to tell me, oh, look, y'all so crazy. This basic biology. Bitch, that's a textbook. That's why I be saying, like, yo, I don't even understand how they not even realizing that that's a textbook. That is already empirical data that's already been set for your curriculum. This is non-questionable data inside that fucking book. How are y'all not understanding that? But I think they do. I think they do understand. That's why they tell us don't question it. And I'm not saying it's non-questionable like we can't, but I'm saying it's non-questionable according to how the system is put out there. That when we put it in the textbook, it's the God. And can't nobody go against it.
Okay, the master teacher, Dr. Ben, with multiple degrees, bowed down to Dr. Clark, who didn't have any. And the elder of them both, John G. Jackson, who didn't have the first one.
Mm-hmm. They can't question nothing. Not according to the new Negro, not according to the new black neo-colonialists. Oh, they ain't got near right to question. I wonder where we'd be if Dr. Clark ran into Negroes like this and listened to this type of shit. The niggas who say don't ask no questions, you ain't got the right to ask no questions because you ain't got near a degree. I wonder what the fuck. Or what they saying now, well, that was back then. You don't need no fucking degree. What the fuck? Like, I'm saying, look, these niggas is saying shit. Look, man, Bistro tells me this. Bistro tells me I need a degree. And he ain't got near a damn degree. Nigga, you reading books like I'm reading books. So would you just read better than me? What the fuck is it? I ain't got good reading comprehension.
King, well, let's keep one thing real. Well, first of all, you already 1,000 light years ahead of Bistro because you ain't never get caught up in no occult. Only a simple-minded motherfucker get caught up in an occult.
Yo, listen, right? Hey, right? Listen to the comedian, right? Yo, I'm thinking about that shit, right? And I'm like, damn, listen, man. I fucked with NOI no more than a year. It wasn't even a whole year. I was out there, nigga. I was in it. Whoa. Nigga, 3, 4, 5 years fucking around with Malachi C. York. You gonna be out of your motherfucking mind. Listen, that shit right there. You fucking around with Malachi C. York 3, 4 years, and you lost your motherfucking mind. I'm telling you, this something right here will have you spaced out. So I'm not trusting niggas. I don't trust no. Look, hold on. Let me get this shit right. Let me get it right. I don't trust none of the HOK. None of these niggas, man. None of them niggas who be running that shit. I don't trust them. They all wear the same little hat. They all got the same funny little hat they wear. And every time we turn around, it's a fucking controversy about some shit that will not move us forward as Africans. Motherfuckers want to talk, and look, look, you want to talk about Umar, fuck Umar, and what the fuck you got going on. And if you ain't giving them no money, all right, clear. I don't, you know what I mean? However that is, my thing is this, is like, look, man, where the fuck is Poor Light? Hey, I don't know what I'm talking to. Poor Light, nigga. Because you super rich. You Bentley driving ass nigga. So Bentley driving ass nigga, why the fuck is you still in our goddamn community and you ain't helped build a motherfucking school yet? Now I'm willing to look, nigga, you driving the Bentley, nigga. I'm willing to see what the fuck you got to say about getting paid. How the fuck you know how to get all these papers and you can't get no goddamn little pissant, a little one. I mean, a one room school class in Harlem. Matter of fact, you from Brooklyn, you super Crip, goddamn Crip people, you G Crip or what the fuck, Gangster Crip Superior some shit. This nigga got a super Crip name. Shit that other Crips all over the goddamn world ain't never heard of. But super Crip, from Brooklyn, why the fuck you ain't did nothing for Brooklyn? Let me see some Brooklyn shit. And also, I want to know where the fuck is the dude that you shot in the face. I'm back on that shit. I'm putting all y'all niggas, because we got gangsters out there. We got gangsters.
Yeah, but they ain't got nothing for the cracker beast, though, right?
Nah, they gangsters, though. They gangsters to young brothers. They gangsters to young brothers. When young brothers question them, why are you talking this shit about the white man is God? When young brothers ask you, why are you talking this white man is God, they turn to gangsters.
Okay.
Right? Nigga, I'm going to kill you. You don't know me. You don't know me. Right?
Nigga, my name's Spaghetti in the streets.
Oh, shit. Yeah. Oh, that's the fucking. Yeah. My face spaghetti in the street, nigga. It's always gets fluffed on.
Hey, God damn, you just asked for the school at. I'm going to ask for a few other things. Is that where is the building of a black military structure so that when the shit hits the fan, I ain't going to even say when the shit hits the fan. I'm going to say the shit's needed now, ASAP. Where is it at? Y'all ain't put forth not all that energy y'all got to put into all this other dumb shit. You ain't got the energy, and it ain't like you can't do it. You're in the best position to do it, but it's not being done, and it's like, wow. I mean, goddamn, you could at least put up those that got a school, build a curriculum of gunsmithing. You know what I'm saying? That's something that's very needed. That's something that we need. Where's the engineers at? All this African curriculum, we need engineers. Why? We need to build our own planes. We need to build our own tanks. It's things that we need. You know what I'm saying? It's out of this war in order to be successful.
Now, this is what I mean. Let's talk about it. My bad.
Nah, you got it, family. I was just going to wrap it up with this last little thing and shit.
Now, you know, but you saying that, see, like, I know my position. So I'm playing my position. You know what I mean? Rookie here on the team together. You know what I'm saying? We staying military-minded. We staying focused on the fact that we're going to have to protect each other. You know what I'm saying? That's first and foremost, our protection. You know what I'm saying? Our protection is first and foremost, and that's after we take care of family. We take care of family, make sure family protected, then we make sure each other is protected. Economics is secondary to these things. You know what I'm saying? It's secondary to the protection. Because you could be economically sound, but not be militarily viable. You know what I'm saying? See, you can have your economics up, but if you don't have the proper means to protect that what you have built up, then there's no reason to even have it, because someone can automatically take it at any point in time. Now, with this being done, we here on Feet of the Ground, we build on that survival technique, those survival tactics, that mentality. We here working on that mentality of war. That some people going to have to say we're going to hold the line, and the only thing that we want, we looking forward to that goddamn justice. We looking forward to the day that we give praise to our ancestors by going right upside this goddamn beast's head and putting them back where they're supposed to be, where they came from, non-existent. So we will put them back into non-existence as for which they came, you know. And so we look forward to that. But for those out there who not looking forward to that, who's saying, no, brother, that ain't going to work. That's wrong. Why y'all thinking? Y'all thinking papers are going to be annihilated in a week. For those who say that this is what's going to happen, please, bring forth that which will help us in that other man that is going to show people. Son of a bitch, what the, god damn, what the fuck is y'all doing? Come on, man. Come on now, man. What the hell was that? I don't know what's going on out there with the family. Somebody's phone sounds nasty, super nasty.
I think that was our brother.
It was. That was Flint Factory. Trying to keep it cool out here. It's hot.
Oh, I don't know what that was. That just started going on. You know, it started going crazy, man. I'm finally back up in the lab, so I'm going to check in here and get us out of that chat room and shit, you know what I mean? See what's going on. Black Power, B40 out there, though, family.
B40, Brother Cross, the Nicaragua, Brother Little, whoever Soul Power is, Black Power to the family.
Black Power to the family. I finally got it open. I see y'all out there now. Now I see y'all. Oh man. Damn. Hold on, let me I gotta go back and respell the title for the show. Can you be Black African Power and still support European science, Eurocentric science? Which way is up? Black Power for the Nicaragua, how are you out there tonight?
I'm good. I'm just listening, you know.
Yes, sir. It's trying to get everything together. I've been on a little run, so I apologize to the family out there. I've been moving around. I'm in the process of moving from one home to another. So, excuse me not being on the board properly. But we see that we haven't, and to see that we having more and more infiltration. Something that happened earlier that I seen was that, you know, the brother made a statement about us being, I wouldn't say infiltrated, but yeah, I would say, I might as well say infiltrated, but I would say better yet, led astray or led off our course and our destiny by those who are outside of our paradigm, expounding us how we are to take care of what's going on with us. You understand? It's hard to tell, you know, you can't tell people, you can't tell a nigga who's been in prison, right? You can't tell a nigga who's been locked up how it is to be strip searched unless you've been strip searched, you know what I'm saying, on a regular basis. You can't tell, you know, like, there's certain shit you can't tell a person. You know what I'm saying? If you ain't never really been through that shit, everything that you say will only highlight the lie that you're telling. You know what I mean? And this is what's going on. We got a lot of people highlighting the lie. They speak to us in under the guise of African power, but the more that they speak and the more that we try to get to certain conclusions about our destiny as Africans, the lie
Get away from the truth.
is already.
That's what's going on right now, Brother D. It's not motherfuckers from outside our paradigm that's affecting us. It's motherfuckers right in the midst of our paradigm. What you see right now going on is a coalition of house niggas from Britain all the way to the United States. I'm not getting too much into the individual topics. I just see one big-ass theme going on.
Mm-hmm.
Diversion, digression, and basically submission and docile characteristics that we need to be assimilating to be successful. I find it very interesting that a group of individuals call themselves the Amara Squad. So I'm not gonna dip around. I'm gonna call niggas by their titles. Go by the name Amara Squad. Take the theme of promoting destruction of black civilization. They go so hard on the Bible, question everything about the Bible, but never thought that same racist ideology that's in the Bible could creep into science. That's very interesting to me, because you're really going against your foundational teaching, what you claim to profess to be principally sound on. This is not what individuals like me are saying. This is what you're grounding yourself on, saying, yo, this is the destruction of the black civilization show, and, yo, ain't no racism in science. What the fuck is, and I'm not going to go into individual topics, because, like I said, them niggas look smart because they take debates and topics from religiously motivated individuals. So you can look smart when you preaching among a gang of people who don't know no world history. All they know is biblical history. That's why them niggas only take debates or they take dialogues, and he can beat up the religious fanatic because the religious motherfucker don't know no world history. But when it comes to a real African motherfucker who know what's popping and calling niggas out, oh man, why you crazy? Oh, y'all niggas off the part. Because what? We got good memory? Mm-hmm. Because, nigga, we remember what you said. See, the shit they've been doing the past 2.5 years has been really contradictory to their foundational principles, what they say they standing on. Their foundation is cracked. It's shifty. Yeah. Because them niggas is riding the fence. You can't serve two masters. You're going to end up hating one and loving the other. We know this to be true. So right now, for a nigga to teach you and me, we need to be questioning everything about the Bible. And the Bible will help. But them niggas don't even know world history and biblical history. They can't even separate the two. You got niggas talking, none of them niggas got a motherfucking chemistry set and couldn't tell you the difference between the DNA sequence or looking at a blood cell in a microscope. Let's be real. The critique of standards that they're putting on the word scholarship, they don't even fall in line with. You notice that?
Daniel?
That's called hypocritical talk. You know worse than the pastor, nigga, when you do that. But that's what you get when you look into an ex-junkie, a wannabe gang member. And the line goes on. Former morals. All these niggas' backgrounds are shaky. All of them. I know one thing, though. They all seem to want to align themselves with Eurocentric secret society institutions. That's a fact. The niggas on recorded saying that. So how you gonna be saying the destruction of black civilization is a theme for your show, and then you gonna accept the same stereotype that white people gave us that said all niggas come from monkeys. Mm-hmm. And instead of just the thing is, what them niggas don't do, fuck, okay, let's say evolution is true. I don't even like using the word because it ain't something black folks should be talking about. Because we are the supreme beings. Yeah. Taking the science of lesser creatures, see, we all haven't been here the same time. We all ain't been here around the same time. Everybody else on the planet who's not African can only go back to being human. When I mean human, you have to have a certain brain capacity. You have to have a certain criteria that has to be met to be called fully anatomical human beings. The niggas ain't gonna tell you that. Them motherfuckers only go back 30,000 years. Me and you don't have a set birth record. I see. See, if you don't know African history, you're gonna ride with evolution. You're gonna ride with Eurocentric because you're gonna say he got the bones. He got your bones, and putting a twist on him, trying to include himself in your creation story, in your creation glory, because it ain't no story. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, them niggas You listening to the rants of old crackheads who trying to tell you and I there ain't no racism in European science. When we know that there's a thing called scientific racism. Mm-hmm. Where Europeans use science to say, babe, I got pictures to show y'all, this genetics. If your forehead was too big, that means that you had a frontal lobe capacity and you were indicative to criminal behavior. They equated intelligence for Negroes with criminal behavior. So psychology, see all of the social behavioral sciences all support one another. See, they can't separate the two. And the social sciences are the filter for physical science. So you have to know European history on how they first learned how to read, how they even first got education, how education is now, and how education in terms of how it's taught to black people and what black people need to be doing in terms of reform education. The niggas can't tell you how, why, and when. They gonna tell you it can be. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Good.
Line for line, word for word. You listen to a lot long enough to become reality. But it's real. Being scientific is testing certain things. Why are you regurgitating the theories of people who made tests and theories? You should be scientific and reach your own conclusions. And it should be in a laboratory, meaning it should be test examples. It should be trial and error. You ain't gonna get it right the first time. That's not what you're going to doing when you're being scientific. You don't go into it trying to look for absolute. You're testing something. You don't get it on the first shot because you know that the odds of getting it right going to be at least 10 to 1. It's like flipping a coin. If you flip a coin 3-4 times, you'll get it. So you don't want them type of odd results. You want honest results. You got to keep testing maybe 50 times, maybe 100 times until out of that 100 tests, you got a 95% ratio test of accuracy. Okay, now that shit seems like that's accurate. They ain't doing that. They cutting and pasting. No, and then they going against Chancellor Williams' teaching because he put that in his book, in his preview, about be aware of the regurgitating Negro. He said, go and put yourselves in position of education because the best omissions come from Europeans. But don't regurgitate that same theory back to your black man and fellow. You're supposed to analyze it. I mean, let's be real. Let's say the theory is correct. If Negroes accept this theory, will it change our motherfucking predicament in America? No. So that means it's digression. That means it's diversion. It's delusion. It's there to drain the energy away from the movement. That means they're doing more harm than good.
That's good. And that's the main thing. Is this thing doing more harm than good, and it has to be doing more harm than good. As we said, the whole science is linked with racism and white supremacy. And I just wanted to put something in real quick because we speak on this thing from the Darwinist mind state, and I wanted to put in some things that Darwin said, and also this other German anatomist named Ernst Haeckel, right? Now, Ernst Haeckel got snatched up. Ernst Haeckel, he got tried at the Jenner University for putting fakes out, right? But he was an anatomist, and he was really somebody who really espoused what Darwin was bringing forth, right? But he got caught faking some embryo drawing because what he was saying, his Haeckel thought was that everything started just like how you see from the embryo. He was like everything took stages just like the embryo. So this was his theory on how we evolved. But he got caught lying about his drawings, and this is the statement that he made. He's made a statement that says a small percent of my embryonic drawings are forgeries. Those, namely, for which the observed material is so incomplete or insufficient as to compel us to fill in and reconstruct the missing link by hypothesis and comparative synthesis. I should feel utterly condemned were it not that hundreds of the best observers and biologists lie under the same charge. And that's from the book by Mel Dude, that's 1964, page 217. And as they say, you know, if what Haeckel said is correct, then that's very important. And it bears a strong, you know, that's an important bearing on how we look at every other science. As you said, that look, this is not something just that I done, but this is what the best observers and biologists, they all lie under the same thing. They all making shit up.
Ashe.
Now that's Haeckel. Now I want to go down to The Descent of Man by Darwin. You know, this was 1871, page 501. This was Darwin wrote. With savages, the weak in body and mind are soon eliminated, and those that survive commonly exhibit a vigorous state of health. We civilized men, on the other hand, do our utmost to check the process of elimination. We build asylums for the imbecile, the maimed, and the sick. We institute poor laws, and our medical men exert their utmost skill to save the lives of everyone to the last moment. Thus, weak members of civilized societies propagate their kind. No one who has attended to the breeding of domestic animals will doubt that this must be highly injurious to the race of man. Only anyone so ignorant as to allow his worst animals to breed. Now, and when he said this is when the thing that he's saying is that hardly anyone is so ignorant as to allow his worst animals to breed. This is reference to the Africans. Okay, this is what Darwin is making reference to. Is that
what else is he saying?
Allow us to breed.
What else? Who else said the same shit he said, but put the shit in action?
Hold on, I didn't hear what you said.
I said, who's the same? There's a person who said the same thing he did, but really put the shit in action.
Oh, that was Skinner.
Hitler, right?
Yeah, that was Skinner. That was B.L. Skinner.
That was Hitler.
Oh, hold on. You said who put thus the weak members of civilized society?
He said we gonna lock the imbeciles up and place them in prison.
Not correct. That's Hitler, because that was what his program was with them Jews. That's what he was.
Go read Mein Kampf. That nigga Hitler's biography, and put it in line with the same. He's saying the same rhetoric American eugenics was saying. He just had enough. He a German, so he had enough heart to put this shit in motion. You know what I'm saying?
Now this is what you're saying, that this is Hitler.
Go ahead.
No, I was saying, no, this is German. Who I just want to hit this one last statement, and then we can go in on that, because this is going to hit exactly what you're talking about. I just want to put this last quote in by the German Haeckel, because this is one more thing. He was like, considering the extraordinary resemblance between the lowest woolly-haired men and the highest man-like ape, it requires but a slight imagination to conceive an intermediate form connecting the two. And that's where we get this crack of racism from. But go ahead, because what Hitler was doing was an exact parallel to what they were speaking of, but they didn't have the means, the wherewithal to do it yet. So, I'll put those in. We got a couple. You know what I'm saying? And the reason why I put those in, because the Germans had they helped after they pulled the information from out of America, they helped recalibrate how they were going to push this information back out to us in order for them to utilize. They manipulated. This is where genetic manipulation started to come about. They wanted to breed. They are looking to breed out anything that they don't like. But what they found out is that they can't breed us the fuck out. They found out how low they really are. This is the reason why they keep pumping us as the lowest thing, because they found out how fucking deformed and decrepit they are, which is something that they even espouse their own self. When they talked about the Neanderthal, they thought the Neanderthal was just a deformed, fucked up human. This is what their first goal at it was, is that it was a deformed human. Now, Black Power, sister, I hear this is a little fuzzy out there. What is going on? Right. Now, in that's so we're looking at the thing that says, we're looking at a situation where they say we 99% the same as almost every, almost every 8 they say we 99% the same as. And so this is where they're getting the genetic information that somehow we are alike. But as I said, it's all social fucking, it's all a social construct. And as Brother Nicaragua asked the question is are we dealing with we're dealing with an international house Negro. This is what this is. It's an international house Negro. If everybody has the are we sick boss. If everything is our science, is we discovered, we found this, we got this now, we found that. And I'm like, yo, this just sounds just like we sick boss. Sounds just like we sick boss. So I don't trust nobody who is we along with the Caucasian. Everything that the Caucasian does or brings forth is we have done this and we've done that. And this is contradictory to having an African mind state. The African does not associate himself with his enemy in that mannerism. He refuses. The African mind refuses to gentrify within inside of that type of mind state. They're saying that we are that. The mind state of a Negro has lost his mind. I'm still trying to get a understanding of how one is an almond Rosqua with people who is psychometrics, and you call yourself Team Osiris when you're dealing with the science. This right here, that right here, it told its story in its own self. That is automatically a capitulation to the crackers, whatever he says. Because now when you're dealing with science, now you have to take on a Caucasian title. Even though I heard it was an acronym. But I wouldn't use it. Right now, we'd like to thank everybody for coming on the line right now. You know what it is. It's our Feet on the Ground Think Tank Thursday. We asked them the question whether or not you can be black, African power, and also a proponent of Eurocentric science at the same time.
See the family out there. Thank everybody for coming out. Sister Camille, you got anything you want to add on? Oh no, brother Nicaragua was going in. I wanted to drop that quote from that German cracker real quick. And we can go back into the aspect of the German. Brother Nicaragua has mentioned mine twice. I'm going to have to pick that up. I might can get it on PDF. I've seen it, and I know it's not that large of a book. It's something that it can be read through swiftly. Is there Brother Nicaragua, have you seen it on PDF somewhere? Brother Nicaragua. Seems like got a little let our brother drop for a second. I have several different ones. I want to make sure that I'm getting the right thing. Make sure I'm getting the right thing. Brother Nicaragua. I found the Mind Comp, and I'll put that in the trap. I'll put that in the chat room for everybody inside the chat room. We'll take that up and we copy the link address. I'm going to drop that in the chat room, and then might have to make that part of the study group. I'm going to throw this in here real fast. Let me see for everybody in the chat room. Let me throw that in here real quick. Mind Comp. Now let me know. All right, it popped up. Brother Cole, that's you out there? All right, Mind Comp is in there. Is there anything else that we need to throw inside the chat room? Any other folks that go along with this timely topic?
Please followed by the.
All right, let's see. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. I found it. I threw it in there. Yeah, I threw Mind Comp inside the chat room. I see Brother Little do it inside our group. Excuse me. But I see Brother Little do it inside our group. And as we were speaking on earlier, it's a lot of sideways destruction going on. We have to readily look at exactly that's what I'm looking at the time period from which a lot of these ideas were brought up. We're looking at Reconstruction, looking at the beginning of Reconstruction,
the turnover of what we would call where Africans were allegedly let free right there at this time period of a lot of strife and a need for a new idea to move forward and be able to enslave the population, but not under the same terms as what had already been pressed out here. As we've seen that also during this time, we've seen that the Europeans started to not only end slavery, but it started to end slavery inside of their colonies per se, but they also started to look into getting other people to not go along with what we would call slavery. And this was only done in order for them to reestablish a new world order. They wanted to reestablish their order here. So in order for them to reestablish it, they had to shake their hands of things that look bad and come back with a totally psychological type of war on the people. Even though they still kill with bombs and shit of that nature, but they had to come with a total academic war, something that they could see, that they could press out as though it was sound, scholastically sound, because most of the things that we see, they're seen as scholastically sound, but they are psychologically damaging to the African and to almost anybody who is non-white. So, and as I read from Haeckel, one of their main things is that we are the missing link. There is no missing link. The white man is the human. He is the superior species of human. The ape is the ape, and the African is the missing link between ape and human, which is under the mind of the European, his own self. So this is how I'm seeing this whole situation going down. I'm thinking that, and I'm wondering why our people would go along with this, knowing that that's what the fuck evolution means. Anytime you tell them that, look, my evolution means that the white man is greater, they always tell you, no, that's not what it means. But I've yet to see where evolution was something that was devolving. See, de-evolution means to go downward, but evolution means to rise up, to raise to a new plateau, something to go beyond where it is, to move forward to something that has never been, and whatever it is becoming is a more natural. There's a more well-equipped species for the zone that it's in. This is what evolution does. This is what they say is natural selection. This is how natural selection doesn't make any sense, because why would life naturally select the most mutated form of genetics in order to move forward? How could that be that all of the mutated genes go inside of one species, and this is said to be an evolutionary form moving to a higher plateau through natural selection, and natural selection is deemed to be something that is utilized to get the best out of species. So I'm not really agreeable with any of that information at all. And so as a black African who espouses African first, second, and third, I'm just leaving it at the door and dropping it at people's feet. You take it how you want to take it from this point on. But I will be personally beating on this shit on a regular basis. Any chance that I get, I'm gonna fuck y'all up. You coming with this goddamn new house Negro shit. The new house nigga is new black neo-colonialism. Anybody talking anything other than how we are strategically going to work together to build to build our own education system, build our own laboratories, instead of talking about how the fuck we just how the fuck we ain't fucking with Jesus. Fuck Jesus. And fuck Bible rhetoric, and fuck anybody who want to argue over the Bible.
not arguing your fucking Bible. Look, man, we only talk about that shit just to have fun. But this is beyond reckless as our fucking app. And then we have the secondary thing with everybody's a scholar now. Everybody gets a doctor by their name. You was a doctor. He's a doctor. We had a doctor. I'm not even going to mention the brother's name because the brother locked up right now. But he was a doctor. Now we got Dr. Red. Got Dr. Ali Muhammad. Got them Dr. Detroit, Dr. Doolittle, and everybody else will come out of this book. So I'm just looking forward to that. But we're gonna hold the line here on the ground. We're gonna stay average the first, second, third. We're not gonna come up off of it. We don't have no reason to, and there's no one who has brought forth an idea that is greater than the idea of God. You know what I mean? There's no one man who came forth with a greater idea than the one of Abdul Muhammad. And so, as the ancestors say, the elders say, man, listen, man, don't trust that fucking cracker. A cracker is a cracker is a cracker is a cracker. And that alone gives me reason enough to not trust what. If that ain't enough, I'm sorry, I'm racist.
If we could, I would like to explain the content of my tongue. Now that y'all had the time to look over the shit. Can I go over it?
Mm-hmm.
I have permission to speak for my elders because you're my elders, so I got to ask you.
Oh, man, you got it. Please do.
Black power, yeah.
Black power.
When you look at the early period, let's look at social Darwinism. Let's look at what Charles Darwin wrote. How these niggas are interpreting the shit, and how his cousin Francis Galton interpreted it. First off, Charles Darwin comes from England, comes from an elite family, per se, has an English background regarding his education, goes into the science as an observer, reporting. Going into reporting and analyzing from the perspective of a white man. Analyzing all species from a European perspective, the time he did, the papers he came. But look at the frame of thought that his interpretation is coming from. Origin of species, or the preservation of favored races in the struggle for life. How are favored races struggling for life? Out of all species, Darwin noticed that, as Brother B was going in earlier, natural selection. Nature governs the fitness and the overall well-being of any species. Off that law of nature right there, Darwin seen his people weren't chosen. And even though in the past 200 years, looking from when Darwin wrote the book, going from the 15th century all the way to the early 1700s into the 1800s, so within 300 years. It was really 200 years of writing and reading, enslaving black people, and under the rhetoric of the Bible, these Negroes were savages. Under the social oppression of that philosophy, yeah, niggas were savages because we didn't run that philosophy. Europeans did. But by the law of biology, we're on top of the game. This is what Darwin pointed out. And that even though Europeans will maintain power through industrial and social means, the African will always be superior and biologically supporting themselves because nature is in their favor. That's basically what it's saying. Darwin takes the heed to this in regards to what Francis Quest Wellesley pointed out, preserving the white race. That's what it went into. Francis Galton, his cousin, interpreted. No. Let me stop. I said I was going to see how these niggas are interpreting it now. Let me stop. The Amara frauds are interpreting his information as being somehow coherent or connecting back to ancient Egypt. I have no problem with people drawing connections back to the foundation education, but in this case, it don't fit the context. Why? Because the African is superior by nature, and knew this because of, we'll say the African, we'll use the European word, because they like to use European terms. The African has a God complex. That's why the African has a God in every society. What the God is interpreted by the indigenous African is been the manifestation of all the positive properties in that society. That's it. That's all it is. The deification of characteristics innately within that culture. If you don't know the ins and outs of that culture, what good and bad is, you don't know what innately good and bad is, first off. So what the Amara Frauds are doing, they're somehow connecting. Now, the African, because the African is a naturalist. Now, I love bringing this new word up because niggas are stealing concepts and words. So the evolutionists and the creationists don't know nothing about the naturalist, which is another word for the African. A naturalist. The naturalist is one who lives in nature. When you're in nature, as Africans were, you observe. And when you were enlightened by consciousness, you were perplexed because when you look back, you see that other species are doing their thing according to what they're programmed to do. Africa is so diverse in species. So you see the expression of nature expressed through every totality of African culture, every indigenous African culture. Every culture that's not African is anti-naturalist. They're either pro-evolutionists or pro-creationists. Listen to what I'm saying. So now, why do I say it don't fit the context with the Amara Frauds? Simply because Europeans on the bottom of the food chain, genetically, and not knowing this, they omit their ignorance. What do you mean, man? Let's analyze Europe. And Europeans are in power socially, economically, and politically. Through their social warfare, they're able to cause disarray within African nations, mainly within Moors and the indigenous Africans, enough to enslave us. While doing so, they learn a whole lot about us. But while they're socially in power, they gain access to slavery and all that. But it wasn't until, remember, they got all of that through savagery and through warfare. And then when they got the fruits of war, meaning when their children didn't have to experience war and became elite, that's when they learned to read and write. You niggas don't know this. That's when education started for Europeans. That's how late they got into being asking the question, where did we come from? They were just war-minded. They were just more-minded. This is what Walter Williams was speaking on in the 16th century. The Renaissance. Who created the Renaissance for European education? Jews. Niggas don't know this neither. When Jews taught Europeans how to read in the 15th century, automatically let me get my shit right. Yeah, the 1500s and the 1600s. The first Renaissance in the 1500s led to reading and writing. And the math and science and shit. Then other ones reading and writing. Right? That's how late they are in education. I don't know how they're making this connection now, but once these elite children started studying, they started questioning where they came from. In Europe and Britain, after these motherfuckers in Britain in the 18th century got a hold of the slave trade from the Spaniards and the Portuguese, they created their elites, Cambridge University. Look it up. How was it that Sir Isaac Newton, Charles Darwin, Sir Francis Galton, they all come from the same university and the same institution. That's called what Europeans would call homogeny. When you have a support network so we need some African homogeny in education. I'm going to get back to that. Now let's look at Charles Darwin. The motherfucking British were the first of all the colonialists, the Protestant colonialists. So they all Christians, but one was Catholics and one was Protestant. The Protestant Christians. They outlawed slavery in England, but they still had slavery in their colonies because England don't have no resources. That was exploited in World War I and II. Look at it. Read it up. That's what the Germans exploited through submarines. But that's another talk. But we talk about English homogeny. We're talking about after they outlawed slavery, now you've got a group of individuals who are elites in Europe who benefited from slavery, who are now creating social rationale, who are now reflecting because why were the Europeans so confident also on outlawing slavery? The Industrial Revolution. The biggest myth that speaks to that reality is Mark Henry versus the machine. The slave labor workforce versus the motherfucking European machine. Now listen to that now. The European was not secure enough within himself to allow the slave industry to cease without making sure the machine to outproduce the nigger. That's
Black power.
Something to consider in context. While doing so, they got the steam engine. Motherfucking telegram is popping off. Since the Pope instituted slavery, they didn't need science to prove niggas were savages. All they needed was the Bible. When the Renaissance came, every white Christian who was oppressed by the Catholic Church, especially in Western Europe, began to fight these motherfuckers back. And they used science to do so. Because they learned how to read and write. Niggas don't study European history. What the fuck tell you motherfuckers? Study where your master came from. Know his background. Know his history. Right? And you look and you see they were so oppressed by, remember, the church oppressed anything intelligent. I'm going to say it again. If you think the black church govern your ins and outs and ins in your lifestyle, it ain't nothing like the white church back then. The church, first off, the Catholic Church only allowed privileged motherfuckers to read the Lord's book. That's something to keep in mind. But I'm just giving y'all a context to show what produced this anti-white religious scientific motherfucker that these black atheists is following. His atheist history has nothing to do with your African past. Before he even knew what an African was, before the Europeans even got in the slave trade, the European was split among themselves on the church. So they know the political tyranny of the church better than you and I. Getting back to England with Charles Darwin and whatnot. First off, look at the time period in which Darwin came from and the leisure of expense it took for his work. That nigga was everywhere. That proved he was an elite. That proved he had to be a motherfucker benefit from the slave trade. So how could he be everywhere doing this work? That nigga never knew a hard day of work. His philosophy was trying to preserve his race because even though he touched every English colony and every Commonwealth colony now is referenced to that point, he's seen that it's the same shit that they when they first started off. There's only a handful of crackers governing the world. And that fear in the back of his mind was that of a white patriot. I need to racially reform and come out with basically propaganda. That's what he came out with, propaganda. Because at the end, The Origin of Species is only one of his books. Brother Bourne went into one of them, The Descent of Man. Listen to that book. Read that shit. He died. Francis Galton takes his cousin's work because Francis Galton is a genius already. You can be a genius in Europe. Remember, only privilege. Sir Francis Galton. He's from Western Europe. He's from England. The English didn't split from the British, from the Catholic Church and create their own motherfucking hierarchy. And still in nature, they ended up doing the same shit the Catholic was doing. Oppressing motherfuckers by keeping them ignorant. Something to keep in mind. What's going on right now. Keeping the black religious motherfuckers ignorant. So Francis Galton take his shit, and once he put it in practical, moving, maybe he made this shit ACTIVE, goddamn active. It became a social movement. All elites began to support it. Remember, America is late on banning slavery. In fact, look at when Charles Darwin's book, Origin of Species, is written in 1859. Now, how the fuck is Unc and the Amara Frogs bigging up a book by English overseer of white crackers in 1859, and this nigga wasn't even free till 1865? And if you look in the book, he basically saying you the same nigga, you niggas shouldn't be free, same shit he's saying. Can anybody answer? Huh? He changed the title of his book in 1872. But his work been out, 1859, 72, what's that? About 11, 12 years? I could be off a little bit, but that ain't the point. I'm saying it's been out. So you didn't even know how to read when that book came out, nigga. And even right now that you know how to read, you still ain't picked it up and read it all the way front to back. Yeah. What did I say I was going to put? Social Darwinism, how they using it. I'm our fathers connecting to us. Oh, and what it became to be eugenics. Hitler. Let's get back to Hitler. Social Darwinism is a theory in America. Remember, America still, at this point in history, is a free trade country. The only enemy is the Negro in America. Look, analyze that. Analyze that. Look at World War I and listen to other Europeans talk about the state of America. And they say America, they don't think America because America was so prestige and trying to be a free trade country. If they're a free trade country, that means at that time they wasn't engaged in no global war connecting colonies because their motherfucking enemy was the nigga in America. Something to think about. History connect a lot of points. Niggas leaving out. Hitler get with for this shit. Hitler gives this shit life. Real talk. Hitler seen this shit and made it practical. Because he used the one resource Europeans can use. Military. He policed his people. Something Hitler would be against right now was homosexual activity. He was against all racial degenerates, mainly for Europeans. He was trying to preserve his race. He was trying to, because he looking at this shit like this. We already are dwindling the number, and goddamn it, we got a lot of nervous system issues. We got a genetic issues. We need to wipe them out. So that nigga quarantined, insane. He quarantined, killed off the handicapped, the faggots, those who wasn't of strict, on what he thought would be strict genetic profile and stock, which was mainly German or Aryan, right? And he, look at why he connected, read his book, why did he connected himself to the Aryan? Because they were able to endure in India by causing a caste system that obviously that's in place to this day that speaks of their relevancy, right? This is what we're talking about. This is what we talk about. We got to get where they get their thought process from, their philosophies. Hitler, the first motherfucker to bring into the sperm bank. if we're going to be outright, the need to preserve the sperm of the so-called alpha male European. I'm going to leave it at that and let y'all in the job and talking too long. That's just an overview, though.
Excuse me, family. I got a situation going on here at the house, man. We got a lot of noise outside, a couple different things going on, so I'm gonna have to pardon myself for probably about 5 minutes so I can make sure everything's clear around my house. We got too much noise and shit. I think somebody getting a little too rowdy. So pardon me real quick, family. If y'all could just hold on to the line and take care of business for about 5-10 minutes. Just let me get to this quick.
Okay,
We got
going.
you.
Anybody got any questions? I can keep going now. That ain't it. But, I don't want to take too,
Brother, take all the time you need.
Now, what's the main, I brought that Hitler, I had to put the Hitler in the context because you can't talk about evolution. And I hate talking about this shit because it's not something we should be talking about. We should know what the fuck it is already. And for a nigga to be wanting to have a discourse over it and not telling you, okay, if niggas do accept the theory, how we gonna benefit from it? That's something you using because you done run out of something to talk about to unify a gang of black people for the sole purpose of getting that little $10 a head or whatever. But yeah, and niggas gonna give you that $10 a head. But goddamn, give us niggas something meaningful and productive and producing that's enduring. Because Africans are enduring people. We know something we need something that's enduring. Ain't getting it. So that's my whole. I don't even like talking about it because it's really giving life to them niggas' ignorance. Because they don't know what the fuck they talking about. None of them. Biology, the studying the cells, is totally different from evolution. I don't fuck what you say. They two different things. They tied into the theory of science. But the theory of science is explaining how human beings came into being. That's it. But you listen to the rants of a junkie, ex-junkie, whatever you want to fucking call it. I hate to put it out there, but because he's doing more harm than good. He's letting in house niggas from Britain, and they're more or less entertained by Negroes out here because they got the same personality as British imperialists do. Idi Amin told y'all niggas to watch for the British imperialists. Now all of a sudden British niggas is watching us and niggas is just jump on a high flag. That nigga's still looking down on you. Cause he's like, nigga, you can't leave America, nigga. At least he's making it because he's in Britain. The British only choose the most submissive house nigga to enter their country because it's so small. You got no international history. So they more or less just pertaining to the ignorance of the nigga. That's why when the first chance I get, I'm busting niggas on their head, they duck and dodge. Ish. I hate bringing this nigga name up, but it need to be. That ain't nothing but, that's Arabic for Jesus. If that nigga can't tell you about the motherfucking black experience and revolution in England, he don't need to be telling us what we need to be doing over here. So back to social racism. Back to social racism. That's because that's what it is. And it's being funded. Shit. Why you think scientists have to get funding? Why do you, if you look, I asked niggas this question the other night. Define race and ethnicity. Why this nigga's telling me that race don't exist, most European funding in science goes toward race or race-orientated experimentation. Do y'all know that? They have a whole wing. Jill Polk spoke on this shit. They have a whole wing just for melanin research alone. They have a book and everything on melanin research. It comes out annually. So they know. If you listen to they talk, they know. But you're listening to the rants of a multiculturalist. They're just using that the evolution is just another way of saying we should all get along and be multiculturalists. If you listen to what they're saying. Or am I tripping?
No, you're not, King. You are not tripping.
You gotta look at the content and material. They not that well in depth to go over this shit because I know a little bit, but I couldn't fuck with a white boy because this is an argument that's really pertaining to white folks. But I know enough hoes to get the white boy because it shrinks in the shit. So for a nigga who will tell me, nigga rock, what did Mr. Rock say that's wrong? I'm not finna ask you because I can tell you ain't read none of his work. If the nigga brag and say, Mr. Rock, yeah, you hear I asked nigga Rock was only right, he couldn't say nothing. I wasn't finna say nothing because I'm not defending this shit. That tell me you didn't want to hear nothing I said about the nigga. You know everything. In your mind, his shit is actual and factual. I'm not going to convince you his shit was wrong when you obviously made your mind up it's right. I'm going to let you omit your ignorance. Listen. I'm going to be quiet. I'm going to shut the fuck up. Listen to the nigga talk because he out of his lane at that point. That's why the nigga called up his partners. And his partner is just a walking tape recorder who don't like when you be able to say pause and play back. Pause and play back. What the fuck you just say? Like, how, you know, the end, because I don't get caught up because, okay, when you go to European curriculum, they want to isolate everything. So everything has to be a new word. When you know African, the African likes to connect everything. So this is just opposites in learning behavior. But when you don't know that, and you think that your learning capacity is the same as a European child, you do disharm to your own people. Because you ain't read Dr. Amos Wilson's book. We have a fucking advantage over Europeans. Now, I can use that advantage that he's speaking on as being genetic innately and chop them niggas' debate up right there. But I know the niggas ain't even looking under a microscope. The niggas ain't even doing no real test subject studying. And I did a few. Nothing major to brag about. I did one for a child development class that a sister was teaching. You see what I'm saying? Where I had to go watch the behavior of a 5-year-old and 6-year-old. But other than that, you know what I mean? I wouldn't go to say I know children like that, but it's the difference between creativity and black and white children. I'm noticing that right there. And that the white child seems to benefit more by being around a black child and vice versa. But they want to separate the social sciences from the medical. But I just speak to them niggas' ignorance, man. You know, because I don't. First off, the issue is definition. How we define these words? The issue with them niggas is claiming they're black African power, but them niggas is etymology fanatics. That's fine, but them niggas is English, Latin etymology fanatics. That's what I said now. English, Latin etymology fanatics. The word etymology is still the science of English. Like, basically, Eurocentric language. That's it. That's all it is. So you'll only get a date. Now, when you know how long Europeans been reading, you know that you ain't going to get no date past that, and that's very recent. And then when you know, see, niggas don't, Walter Williams said this, and my papa told me this, my grandma told me this, always do the history of so it has a history on how it came into being. When you look at the history of European linguists, first off, you know that they're the last linguists on the planet. So that their point of view of written language or spoken language is coming from the youngest going back to the oldest, not the oldest going back to the youngest. You see what I'm saying? Now that's a problem. Because when you're the youngest trying to go back, a lot of motherfuckers done died. You didn't killed off your papa done killed off a lot of motherfuckers who spoke them languages. So first off, you're gonna find a mind right there. Then when you look how they group African languages, that's some bullshit. Any African linguist, you ask any African linguist, or you're about to speak a language, you have to distinguish between the house nigga African and the field nigga African because they have them internationally too. I've talked to them. Mama Igbo, Nigerian. In-laws. That's a disrespectful language. That's something they'll tell you. That is a disrespectful term. It's not even African. That's a European grouping all of our languages in one group. Go look up Bantu and tell me how many individual languages are spoken in there. And look at what I'm saying. That seems like what a European would do. Like, damn, all these motherfuckers seem to look alike. And all he did was based on skin color. Because why did Khoi got a different language group than the Zulu? But when you look at the study groups, they can understand one another. See, you're not making distinctions between what you need to be looking at in terms of education with the European looking at. His form of education is to educate his people, and sometimes what's needed to educate his people don't apply to us. Evolution don't apply to us. It really don't. Because all we need to do is let's take this theory. All that niggas and is needed to be done. All that means all we need to do is go back to the natural state of okay. And I'm waiting for niggas to use that term because I ain't heard it yet. So I'm just seeing who listens to the show. Yeah. Evolutionists and creationists, but ain't none of them niggas naturalists. So ain't no difference between the black atheists because most atheists are scientists. And most atheists are whites. Whites who are against European, who know their history before it even get to us. So how was you a black atheist? Your argument don't fit the context. Because, I understand what you're saying. No, I don't understand what you're saying. I don't. I'm going to stop lying. Because my thing is defend African first, second, and third. I thought that's what me and this nigga had in common, but that's not what this seems to be. Because he's trying to appeal to a crowd that really we don't need. Or never needed. It's new. And their whole move is to infiltrate, to take them somewhere it don't need to go. And once that happens, it's going to be something it didn't need to be. I'm calling you out on that, dog. Because you're not standing firm on, first off, the theme of your show and that of the ancestors. It's not just who can mediate and propagate the shit and make it so visual. The real motherfuckers behind the scenes. But yeah, go ahead, y'all. I'm trying to take too much time. But it don't take too much time to be given to them niggas because niggas see exactly what they doing, man. And I can go with it either way. I can argue with your nigga and say you're wrong, but I can say, all right, you're right. Now, what is this going to produce if I do accept your theory? Nothing. Because he ain't going into it with no sole purpose. None of them is. There's a bunch of ego on stage. Ego and arrogance and ignorance don't mix. A good example of that is Boondocks. Nigga synthesis and nigga we're having a nigga moment. And that's what it's gonna get up to, man. Because you can only be a scholar when you're around the ignorant. The scholar don't patronize the ignorant, neither. The scholar don't exploit the ignorant. He teaches them, or she teaches them. That ain't what's going on. That ain't what's going on at all. And then the scholar also is in line with other scholars, but that ain't going on because they're not taking dialogues with other scholars. They're keeping it within their immediate circle. That's what Sister Camille speaking on. That's the characteristics of a cult. Real talk. Personality fanatics. It becomes an issue now how the facts is he said he sounded good when he lied. What the fuck does that mean? So yeah, enough with the, but putting it back in another perspective, because we get them niggas enough, boys.
I'm back from me.
Field niggas. Field niggas are unifying. In the house, the production live in the fields is in disarray right now. Field niggas complaining everywhere. You know what that means? House niggas got to go to work.
Got to go to work.
They pagers, cell phones, emails getting blown up. They coming from every angle possible to dismantle this shit. It's because the sole purpose is diffusion. See, look at the revolution. The meter. A revolution is being a hot air balloon. It's heating up. It's heating up. It's heating up. And we wait for that motherfucker to pop. Their role is to defuse the shit. Put a hole in it. They don't want it to blow up. Keep it saggy as a motherfucker. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Defuse it. How can we somehow deflate it slowly? Well, they don't know what's up. This is tactics that they use.
You slowly let it out. Slow pressure.
Yeah. Because the reason why the niggas in Britain looking over here, because they know if the house nigga from Britain or the field nigga from Britain is dealing with the elite cracker, they gonna have a certain respect for the worst African who's dealing with the worst one, the one who got kicked out of Europe. Every successful European in America, I'm being real, got a bad history in Europe. That mainly means Jews and Italians. Ooh, Nicola, did you say? Hell the fuck yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you notice, when them niggas come to America, Arabs too, they come right to where we at. But they don't identify with us. They exploit us.
You know exactly where you're at. You're told a lot either. You got it right on that.
Now you have to know something also. The most radical Arab or most radical, them motherfuckers can't come over here. Only see, it go beyond what niggas think. They have protocol. It ain't got nothing to do. See, because they numbers are stand, they got to screen anybody. That's a 9/11, man. Look at 9/11. 9/11 is the second hand of Hitler coming in force regarding the color people. They put all us in one bag. They can't distinguish between niggas no more. Because while they've been watching us so long, they didn't see Latinos coming up. Now, they can only reform some of them. That's what they're doing right now, recruiting them. You look at the state of Texas, 80% of the motherfucking Latinos are Republicans. So, probably the same shit like you go back east, too. You know what I mean? Italians been voting Republican. So have other Puerto Rican Latino groups. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Already.
We got to, we got to put this shit in perspective, family, in terms of what the fuck's going on. Sometimes there's direct conflict with the European between you and I, but by us watching, neither one of us seen the other motherfuckers coming. I'm gonna put it like that. But the European better able to use them than we are. That's why I speak of this context in history, family. If y'all any historian on the line know what I'm talking about, speak up. When you look at the waves of conflicts through human history, going back to Chancellor Williams' book, I'm giving 4500 BC to now, present day. It's always been white and black. But when you put the parallels right here, white and black, way over here and way over here, you got all this other bullshit in the middle. You have the whole Asian card. The Asian card ranged from the Pakistani to the Indian. Then you got the Dravidian Indian. Then you got the motherfucking Burmese, the goddamn Thai, the Cambodian, the Chinaman. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
All the way. Then you got the motherfuckers in the Polynesian Islands. All of them in prehistory, they identify with being black when we were in power. Now when you look, and this is significant with the first queen of Hawaii, who compromised her, she gave the European the crown. along with basically the whole mixing thing. In 2015, in the past, since Europeans been colonizing, they've identified with being black. I mean, we're white now. And that's, that's what we don't have global support no more. The last rise of that unification was in the 1960s that Malcolm X was speaking about when he left. Niggas forget about that part. He just didn't go to Mecca, nigga. And when he left and went and seen them African nations, many of those African nations were just now coming in independence. Damn. But we thought slavery ended in the 1800s. Yeah, it did in terms of actually keeping you niggas in chains, but they still enslaved us through political philosophy and ideology.
Mm-hmm. That's shame.
The main way they do that is educating us. They be conflicted because they think rural life was a crime or rural life was beneath living because they went to Eurocentric schools. That's the whole purpose of European school system, to teach you that naturalistic life is a crime and is beneath living standards. And we should attempt to compensate this technological advancement by any means necessary as it compromises anything natural in nature. That's what they're telling you. The minute you say let's go back to some hard shit, farming our own shit, nigga, that's hard work. You talk about going back to working, nigga. For self, though. It's the best time to go for self because they forcing us so much to accept this gay gender. We can now send our children to school without any fight. Now they gave us a reason. Really, the real reason we didn't want our kids to go to school because we wanted them to be black-centered. But now we can use the gay shit. Well, I'm pro-family. And due to the strict and very overwhelming educational program that's pro-homosexual, I feel very reluctant in sending my children to institutions in America. Mm-hmm. They're going to swing right back around. You faggots, get out of here. Get out of here, queer. Because why? Let's be real. The majority of public schools ain't for Europeans. Europeans they ain't making the numbers up. They losing 40% of a generation. They are an aging population right now. They got more elders than children. I tell you, majority of the children in school is little Man, little Riri, and Pablo. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. But whose school to keep maintained? Because they're going to give a nigga so many jobs, but at least education can tell niggas who to worship and who to bow down to, who's in power. Yeah. Them motherfuckers going to see that's going to make the other races hot. They're like, well, fuck the niggers. The niggers aren't making up enough numbers in school or they're dropping out. So what? We can have an all-Latino school program. And the white's going to say, well, they're not going to tell them, but honestly, you niggas ain't rebellious. And, you niggas is, we only going to hire a fourth of you niggas. And we really keep the school shit going, not to hire niggas, but to keep the niggas. At least 8 of them niggas are, they so worried about us dominating. You see what I'm saying? They know that a third of niggas drop out, but they'll still concentrate on that third that graduate. They graduate, exactly. Because they can work hard at teaching their people to be submissive. You see what I'm saying? Because they know every nigga's charismatic. Every nigga can lead. Every white folks know this.
Yeah. Give them the right clothes, they can lead.
Well, yeah. So quit. Don't be whooping man when he at school. He don't want to listen. The reason why he don't want to listen. And you should be, for real. It should be reverse roles. Little man and them should be chilling at the house, learning, and mom and daddy need to be going back to school. And then in 1 month, you tell me if the motherfucking retention rate in adult students is high or low. But it's bullshit in school. Exactly. Mm-hmm. Why the fuck you send a little man there? And it's taking you a strong mind to go. You got an intention to go. And that's the only reason you making it now, nigga, because you got a stronger goal than what they trying to tell you.
And you saying that, Nicaragua, that's one of the main reasons that people tend to do better in school or in college after they graduated from high school and then take some time and just get in the world and then go in. Because like you said, they not being full up with the bullshit. They know exactly what they're going to get. But you can clearly see they know what the bullshit is. But when you're in that continuous pattern of going straight directly into the school, it's easier to grab you up, mold that motherfucking mind, and put you out there as a fifth column, somebody to be a juxtapose in between the system and the fucking people.
Yeah. Children have the most purest thoughts and the most purest dreams. And everyday white curriculum tell them, turn them dreams into nightmares. You know what I'm saying? They know the power of the youth, whether it be black or white, because that's the spirit of the young spirit. You don't know the world as it is.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to learn certain ideas and so forth. You know what I'm saying? But I know every friend that I had that was white, after like 9 or 10, they change. They go through a biological change. The niggas pineal glands, calcium eyes. They no longer dream at night. They no longer feel emotion anymore. The niggas is dead to the world. Real talk. I'm being real with y'all, man. When I was in 6th grade, me and this white boy built a laser together. Like, I need motherfucking 3 something like. When we went to junior high school, we drifted apart.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that nigga was no longer, partly because we knew our roles to society, but that nigga learned his role. That nigga encompassed Charles Darwinism in his idea. That nigga said, me and Minkara ain't cool no more. Even though Minkara poor, he got something I don't got. So that nigga had all the resources for the motherfucker that's building lazy. So my brainstorming, they got this, you feel me? We should do something, you know. After we did that, we did a dry ice geyser. Most niggas would make volcanoes and shit, they be having pumps and shit. Nigga, we didn't have pumps. We used dry ice and water. And our shooting 30 feet in the air. Feel me? I'm testimony. That's why I say I shouldn't. Now, this nigga was the only child. Nigga was like 1 of 8. I come home from his house, and he got everything. PlayStation 4. Way back then. I'm bullshit. But he said something equivalent to that motherfucker way back then. You know what I'm saying? I come home hating, goddamn, my predicament. And I encourage, for some reason, at an early age, that's what I'm saying earlier, white moms and parents at an early age, they don't have no problem with their white kids having black friends because it's early in their growth period. And always, a cracker can always learn more from you than you from him. Real talk.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. But, yeah, well, I'm digressing right now. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to stay in theme of the conversation. Can you be? No, you can't. You can't serve 2 masters. You can go into the science of you can go into Eurocentric science, being black power and looking for hoes, but you can't support both. And right now, the niggas sound like hypocrites. The niggas are sounding like the Carter got it all right. And we got it all wrong.
You can't be all on both sides of your mouth. You can't be, that's what I'm saying. You can't be inside of the studio and tell me to question all the cracker shit. But then when we on the line and say, no, nigga, you can't ask for questions. They right. Ain't no way you can't question this because this is totally solid the truth. There's no way. You can't do that. You can't do that. You can't do that. You can't tell me that on both sides of the motherfucker, man. We're talking out of both sides because you can't say you African first, second, and third, but then say that the science that's pushed out by academia is is untainted with racism and white supremacy. You can't tell me that that eugenics is pseudoscience. You can't be African in your mind and then tell me that eugenics is pseudoscience. But really what you want to say is eugenics ain't real. They ain't never used that. That's really what you want to say, but you can't say that, but you'll say it's a pseudoscience, meaning that it's non-credible. You can't, it really wasn't credible as a science. All right. I agree the white man didn't have it right about what the fuck he was talking about, but that didn't stop him from fucking doing what he said. And as you brother Mikra, as I read the passage from Darwin, brother Mikra, go ahead and put in the fact that what Darwin was saying was the same as what Hitler was saying. You know what I mean? Now we see what both of these individuals have put forth. We see what time period Hitler is in. We see what time period Darwin is in. This is like 100 years of them working this out. We see the works of B.F. Skinner. We see our people murdered. We live in the city on these blocks. We have the educational system that continuously lies to us. We are historically just fucking. We've been historically erased from the history books. You know, in America, by far wide. Very little connective history do we have when we go into their school. So we can see all of these things. We see in our community, we see the Planned Parenthood. We can go into the corner store, we see all the food that they give. We see all the damn snacks and junk and this shit got all type of shit. We see the 40s and the specific alcohol that they direct directly towards us. You know what I'm saying? They market to us home. You can go into the store, they know we like smoking weed. You go in there, and I'm saying you'll find, this is supposed to be illegal, but you'll find 50 different flavors of wraps. It says blunt wrap, blunt veil, super blunt, mega smoker, all of this shit, every flavor. You know what I mean? We see these fucking things. But then we still will come out in front of the people and say, eugenics is pseudoscience. That is, white people ain't using that. That ain't no credible scientist. What the fuck you mean no credible? Listen, man, if you... All right. Let me calm down. But listen, man, if you would tell the people that you are detrimental to the community, as Brother Mikra said, you are not only detrimental to the community, you are fucking cancer to the community. To even try to say some shit like that, and then tell us that I follow the works of the answer. Well, I don't give a fuck. There's one ancestor you need to check, and that's Amos Wilson. That's it. You think this shit ain't real? What the fuck we talking about? And that's it. You just read what the fuck. Just look and see what the fuck you talking about. How the fuck they gonna do it? How they gonna make us kill our goddamn self? How they making us kill our goddamn self? Like, I don't know. It shit just fucks me up when we see all of these just fucking blatant signs of the eugenics program.
Hypocrisy. See, the African is a naturalist. That's going to be our new theme. It's black power. Get the power back to the African naturalist. Let's go back to the natural way of things. We need a motherfucking science book to see that. We need to go to the natural way of things. Evolution is talking about putting shit under the microscope, splicing shit, having glow-in-the-dark cats, having hermaphrodite children. giving white folks the ability to have 8 babies. That ain't natural. So I want to see if niggas gonna change their tune when they hear that we updated our, you know, we also in defense of nature, niggas. So we naturalists.
You know,
African naturalists.
What you say is real, you know, because I've heard Bistro talk about how our ancestors was about studying nature, you know, and I'm in agreement with that. So why is he not a naturalist? Why is he saying I believe in evolution? It's a fact. I like to share something from one of their elders that they stand on. Another quote dealing with the cracker beast lying ass when it comes to his science. Sheikh Anta Diop, page 16, Civilization of Barbarism. But as one would expect, physical anthropology, using the latest findings of genetics, molecular biology, and linear analysis, denies race and admits only the reality of differing populations. It is a sophisticated science strongly coded with ideology. But when dealing with the transmission of hereditary defects, as in the case of sickle cell anemia, the notion of race reappears. Race does not exist. It is to say that nothing allows me to distinguish myself from a Swede, and that a Zulu can prove to Botha, the racist cracker beast prime minister of apartheid South Africa, that they both are of the same genetic stock, and that consequently, at the genotypical level, they are almost twins. Now, you've heard this now, almost twins. Even if accidentally their phenotypes, meaning their physical appearances, are different. Certainly, the dilution of the human species genes during prehistoric times is very important. But from there to deny race in the sense that it impacts on history and on social relations, meaning at the phenotypical level, which is of interest solely to the historian and to the sociologist, is a step that the daily facts of life prohibit anyone from taking. Why does a certain physical anthropology use this scholarly manner to duck the questions? Is it loath to rigorously derive all the implications of the monogenetic origin of humanity, and in the same vein to take into consideration the real development of appearance of the races? But an avant-garde West has already begun to courageously spread these ideals, and it was a white American who wrote, "I proceed to explain that the first human beings were black, and that the lighter-skinned people developed later by natural selection to survive in temperate climates. It makes us all feel much closer." What is he saying there?
Oh, damn. Oh, that was a ticket right there. It makes us all feel
The
much.
one that's, if you listen to the reference you gave for South Africa, it's really, remember, so you got to know the history. South Africa experienced the apartheid from Calvinists. Calvinists used religious Bible to say that they were looking over lesser breeds. Even though that they're switching their programs, if you listen to how they're talking about it, they're forcing the people to make those conclusions. Let's read against this community. They're forcing them to make the conclusions of saying that they're genetically twins. That sounds contradictory to previous statements 100 years, not even 100 years ago, 75 years ago, made by the same, 50 years ago by the same people.
Ashe. So what made them change their language? More discoveries in Africa?
Yeah, what did they find out to make them say, hold, hold, hold?
Microscope.
Let us probably say we connect.
The microscope. See, when science started booming, we talking about like while the Industrial Revolution is taking place, right? This is a period of inventors. So you have history, in European histories, you have histories of investors and history of inventors. We bear witness to those inventors because we use a telephone. You know what I'm saying? Every time there's a rise in European history with inventions, there's a second rise with investment. When we're looking at science for Europeans, after the locomotive came up, remember, they're trying to, while they're socially saying, you know, the civil rights movement's going on, and they're teaching other motherfuckers, yeah, we're the same. These motherfuckers are taking that mentality and going into the lab and finding shit that's different and having to change the tune of things. You see the point I'm making?
Mm-hmm.
That's what you can cause more harm by lying to an individual or holding back certain information from an individual or trying to predict their actions to it. So by them trying to hide to their children about the truth that Africans are superior, they went into it thinking Africans were equals, and then they kept finding something otherwise. You see what I'm saying?
Ashe. That's why they want to feel closer to it now. That's why race don't exist when it comes to looking at our ancient ancestor bones. While they will use genetics, microbiology to whiten up a African and blacken up a cracker beast.
Mm-hmm.
But when it comes to, as he mentioned, defects in the genes, sickle cell, now that belongs to the blacks. That belongs to the Africans.
And that's a good trait. That's because that's a blood type. My sickle cell has a sickle cell anemia, but every African has a trait. All Africans, damn near Africa, have the anemia, but they don't suffer from the ills of it. You know why? Because Africa's along the equator where they have it is highly oxygenized. When you look at the properties of sickle cell anemia, it's to fight malaria. Malaria attacks red blood cells. Red blood cells are very healthy when they're very oxygenated. So to get that's Venus outside. I don't know the other one. I've been looking at it too. I don't know the other one. I know the other one's Venus stuff. But when malaria attacks blood cells that's highly oxygenated, sickle cell anemia, because they know the trait to attack the red blood cells, Africans have adapted. So what the red blood cell does is deoxygenizes itself by taking a form of nitrogen, turning real blue, and forming the cell of a sickle, which the malaria does not find very keen to because it won't live long. And that's a fighting for malaria. When you look at, an epidemic of malaria hitting, and if it hits at 100% chance, something, and Goldie ain't going to tell you about, and he's going to talk about, he ain't going to tell you the ratio of expectancy of an epidemic. And Europeans can calculate that shit because they use chemical warfare. But when you look at even if it has 100% epidemic rate of effectiveness, the individuals that have sickle cell anemia, I think there'll be damn near 50% ratio of them surviving because of that genetic adaptation. That is witness to natural selection because everybody don't have it. In fact, the motherfucking the damn I don't want to misquote this shit, but if I'm not mistaken, I was talking to somebody else. The treatment that they give individuals for malaria has a property that comes from Africans in that sickle cell trait. So yeah, that's basically another way of saying we different. Mm-hmm. Because African blood can change quick. That was a quick adaptation to malaria.
And another telling point from Sheikh Anta Diop is where he is saying to us to beware of the cracker beast sciences, because he's saying how the new sciences, well, his time, new genetics, molecular biology, all of these things were used with racial ideology to say we're all one and the same. We all come from the goddamn monkey or the ape.
Or the ape, yeah. Because that's what they. And when Brother Nicarag mentioned the microscope, now that definitely shed a lot of light on why they would start saying they were the same, because they could see genetically how different they actually were. They could see it. So now we got to start to, because they could, that's not my one. Look, I don't know what that ape did.
Look at it like this, Brother Bourne. Look at it like this. If me and you, if you had two donors, or if you had two patients that needed an organ, that white man could be able to take your organ at a 75% chance better than you would take his shit. Even if he had, let's just say that cracker only had one black motherfucker at his blood ratio or blood type for the donor. He would have a 50% chance of taking it. But let's just say you were African and you had 6 fucking organs coming from crackers. Nigga, your ratio would be 25% chance or less. So how is it that he can take an organ from you, but you can't take an organ from him?
You take one from him, yup. Exactly. Because we different. We different and we better. We separate and unfucking equal. We separate and unequal. Now, they only got a piece of us. They got a piece of us. But whatever the fuck they is, it just fuck them all up. Whatever piece of us they got in them, it's the worst piece that you can find genetic.
Yeah, and then Jewel Pokum had a lecture a long time ago, and she was saying, she was giving it for Queens. She was saying, be very wary of giving your blood out to hospitals. She was saying, don't you notice they always take 2 vials of blood?
Yeah.
One is for whatever you came in for, and the other one was for the national or the global blood data bank, right? We're talking about Dracula. We're talking about motherfuckers who like blood, who study the studying of blood. Because they see the strength in us. Don't you notice, other than Planned Parenthood agencies in the black community is plasma centers?
Yeah. Yo, Nicarag, you saying that they be mad at me because I only be giving them 1 vial of blood if I got to give blood at the doctor. If we only getting 1 vial, they're like, we need 2. I'm like, yo, no, that's enough blood for whatever y'all got to do.
Why are niggas, brother? Why are niggas who know they ain't white? And that's really what it is. Are you white or black? Are you white? Why are niggas giving blood to European pharmaceuticals trying to see what part of Africa they come from? When the question is, nigga, you're not white.
Okay.
Meaning, to be successful is really determine how white you are. So, the fact you can't pass the white test, that speaks really to what you must be them other people, right? And you can claim any one of those other people because you have a diverse genome. That's what I mean. How are they able to isolate? They're able to isolate the European genetic code because it's so recent and it has a lot of genetic mutations. It sticks out. It pops out. He's like a nigga trying to hide what mumps on his face. You mean, damn, something wrong with that nigga face. That ain't natural. You're going to see the same shit on genetic sequence. So how are they able to spot and make individual characteristics on African traits based on language markers? It goes, where the fuck you at? Huh? What is the genetic sequence for Spanish? Because that's what the fuck he doing. He's putting a genetic, and fooling niggas, putting a genetic marker on a language. That's like saying the genetic marker for English is 418-779, and it changed over here, and we know there's other. Nigga, please stop right there. You're talking too fast. Did y'all catch that shit the other night? I asked him first off because I know where he gonna go. I said define race and ethnicity, and then I asked him, okay, since race don't exist. If race don't exist, ethnicity certainly can exist, right? Yeah. Brother Bourne. Because you know what I'm talking about, Brother Bourne. If I asked the nigga to define race and ethnicity, because he's so defensive, he said, race don't exist. Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, if race don't exist, then that means certainly ethnicity, because ethnicity is based on culture. That don't exist, right? Mm-hmm. I said, how are you putting, listen to me now, How are you putting genetic sequences codes on an ethnic group? Well, brother, these were Hasidic speaking people, and we know about the migration patterns of 814, that they move over here, and those, but these Bantu speaking people, hold on, nigga, you just said Bantu speaking people.
Yeah.
You mean to tell me that Europeans have put damn, they good? You give them a lot of motherfucking credit, my nigga. Europeans have gotten so good that they've been able to put genetic markers on ethnicity. Come here, nigga. Look at the DNA. This nigga's a Jew. Now, they are in certain. Now, for Jews, yeah. Because Jews have money, and they wanted to, they actually lobbied and shit, so they're able to. They have a genetic sequence for Ashkenazi Jews, Ashkenazi German Jews, not the other motherfuckers. But damn, nigga, that means that they're different racial stock from white folks. Something to consider too is Iceman's inheritance. Michael Bradley, the cracker, who said that there's a cracker worse than the other crackers. He's the one who never left home.
Never left home.
What? There's a cracker that never left home? Hell yeah, he the one to chase their ass from home. The one they don't want to deal with.
The super
Eastern European.
Yes.
The
super stage sitting up there in that
Yardy.
house.
My cousin Yardy, the nigga Yardy is crazy. He a cannibal and nigga. Man, I be watching all type of shit from Russia, man.
Yo, the motherfucking Russians.
They stay having shit. They say in World War I and World War II, if you ever met a obese or fat Russian in those days, be very wary. Because they were so skinny and surviving from the cold winter, no way you could survive. See, look at the movie Hannibal. He even has to draw on his Ashkenazi roots coming from war. You notice that in the movie?
I read a book about this dude named Tchenkov, who was a motherfucking cannibal out of Russia, and he talked about how he first picked it up when he was young, and it was during World War I when he was young, and the people was eating people. Wild, savage white men.
This is pertinent in English folklore and in Eastern European folklore and culture. Cannibalism. Now, at the same rate, that's where a lot of the science of Europe is coming out of. These peculiar motherfuckers who got a fascination for dead people. Also, the same motherfuckers who do an excellent work for Europeans in terms of human anatomy. So you have to know the history, you know what I mean?
Shay.
Look at that movie, Gangs in New York. And when they were taking those bodies and selling them to the mortuary, that shit is true. When they couldn't find dead bodies to sell, they often created them motherfuckers. A lot of them were black people. A lot of them were slaves. You think the scientists turned it down?
Nope. Give me that body. That's why they institutionalized a lot of people also during that time. They institutionalized your ass to do anything to. That
research done by that slaveholder scientist. A lot of them were scientists who got into the slave trade because they wanted human bodies. Then you have motherfucking, I'm telling you, the history of America is a trip. Then you had other white folks who was finding out about it and lobbying about it. Here it is, this motherfucker coming along buying up these good, expensive color folks and then killing them for the sake of science. Some of them was cool with it, some of them wasn't. But when it always came to us, they was divided. And that's what motherfucking Abraham Lincoln seen. They put that dividing thing on us. And it's right now it's slowly shifting, nigga. We all starting to unify on how to judge your ass as a beast who needs to be dealt with. So we can go back to the natural way of things.
Natural.
Ashe.
That's gonna be the talk of the time. I sure can't wait till things go back to the way natural, the natural way of things.
That's the way it stays. Yep.
That's gonna dictate when a nigga say it ain't never going back. You know where to put him.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay, you one of them niggas, huh? Okay.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Cause nature's still here, nigga. Ain't she still here? Cause it's gonna get to the point, brother B. They gonna try to divide everything to the point. White folks gonna have you so divided. You see how homosexuality is coming in, right? Oh, the next argument gonna be on artificial insemination. They're gonna watch me, my nigga. They're gonna say that STDs are so high and so forth that niggas need to be having artificial insemination to have babies. And we're gonna watch and see how many house niggas jump on that one. Watch what I'm telling y'all. It's gonna be totally genetically synthetic.
We're gonna have
nothing. It's anti-nature, man. Anti-nature.
You saying that? I just think they just show. I just seen an article on the first baby born like that. No mother, no father. They created this motherfucker. But he had a mother and father, but it didn't come in no person's womb and no shit like that. It's just a science thing. I'm gonna pull the artist. I'm gonna find the artist. Go back. Crazy science thing. Okay, what's this?
I have no problem with science, but niggas don't even make those distinctions. There's been scientific creations that have been held back and bought out by big oil for the sake of hoping the world bad. You know what I mean? So this shit running deep, man. Science is shit. Science get more fun than any institution in fucking education. Now you need to look at who's doing most of the funding. Everybody. For political purposes. Not in the name of science. We know politics can overturn anything. And if you don't, nigga, you ignorant.
Shay. So, Brother Minkara, what do you say to the madness that I heard one self-hating black person say, well, we and the cracker beasts are the same. We got legs the same, the heart, the lungs, the organs are in the same place. So that means that we got to be one and the same.
I would say his eyes don't go beyond the physical. Because there's still an emptiness in the Europeans that they will tell you about. He's void. What do you mean? Europeans have neurological problems. They have, in fact, the most nervous system problem than any other people on the planet. And Gozi he'll agree with me when I say this, but he'll never put it in context. Europeans are the one population of people who suffer from genetic drift. This is because he's our polar opposite. If Africans, brother B, sister, if Africans are the most diverse genetic species on the planet, what is the European in?
The opposite, as you just said.
Right. So Europeans, they have the less diversity, and not only are they less diverse, they have smaller populations. Mm-hmm. So what are we saying? In those small populations, they have the most diseases, meaning Africans got 3 times the number of Europeans. But Europeans have damn near 60% more of nervous system problems. Because them niggas like numbers, I don't like dealing with statistics, but they can apply Europeans right here. That means that 1 in every 4 Europeans has a nervous problem issue. Acute. Now, 1 out of 4, Africa just reached 1 billion. They may be, they're going to be mad when I say this. Somebody else can look it up. They should put it up, but they probably don't. There may be 100 million Europeans on the planet.
If that.
I may be off. But out of that 100 million motherfuckers, 1 out of 4 got a nerve problem issue because of genetic drift. So for their population to survive, they have to expose their DNA to more diverse populations. It's making sense now, ain't it? Mm-hmm. That's why they spend so much time around us. Mm-hmm. That's why every so often you don't have a problem if little Georgie mixes. Mm-hmm. Really going to strengthen because they practicing. That comes from incest. That comes from a whole. You see, when you throw that whole genetic drift in, it throw a whole lot of shit up. But the main purpose, we know that Hitler recognized genetic drift, and that's why he policed his people. If you're a faggot, he wasn't favorable racist. Whatever the problem was what he considered to be favorable. That was his problem. Other Europeans didn't agree. They agreed it needed to be done, though, right? Mm-hmm.
You know, and you're helping me understand something that I really couldn't wrap my head around. I couldn't understand how during our chattel enslavement here, how we could be feeble-minded, how we could be related to the gorilla, the ape, how we could be savages, but yet it's my breast milk that was feeding your raggedy cracker beast baby. Was that to help their immunological system and other systems?
Yes, ma'am. That speaks to the hypocrisy right there.
Huh?
The thing is to keep you so far away from the truth that you never thought about it. He got to keep you. He got to keep you so much thinking that he hates you so much that you never thought the European need me. It's one thing to be a slave. We had to be a slave that was fearful. Any slave that even had any characteristics of arrogance in terms of seeing that nigga need us, any slave that knew how to count had problems. Let alone read. And we're going to say, it's only 5 of them. It's about 12 of us. Did you know that? We can take over this goddamn, huh? They don't want to hear that shit. So, yeah, you're right. So it's called misdirection. Why he putting so much fear and thinking that, convincing us that, damn, that white man hate us so much. We never thought that the white man needed us. So why he hating us so much? He hated us so much. He feel that we have to bear the burden of feeding his child when we think that's something only a parent should do.
Okay? Especially since your literature of that time period, particularly your scientific literature, is saying that I am not even worthy of being an animal. I'm below animals. Okay? I'm the scourge of the earth.
Right.
But it's my breast milk that was feeding your raggedy-ass monsters. Forced upon me. But how could that be? If we're so low on the evolutionary ladder, and through evolution, the cracker beast is the Homo sapiens sapien, why was my mama breast milk feeding yours when it couldn't feed me? Don't make sense, do it? It don't fit that shit. Don't fit natural selection. Well, maybe it do kind of.
No, that's called hypocritical talk because on one hand, the Bible saying we savages. And it was a good Christian thing to own slaves. But the good doctor who was a scientist said, Carolyn, if you don't get your dry-ass titty out there, baby mouth, and let that nigga, baby, suckle that baby, so that baby can go strong, the science said let you suckle on it. Let the baby suckle on your breast. You see what I'm saying?
So it can survive? So it can improve its genetic pool?
Yeah, so the pastor didn't like that. But the pastor only did it because the doctor told her. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, this whole history, it go deep. It goes so deep they don't know about it. If they did, they would speak on it. They would be just as hard on European science as they would be on religion. There ain't no separation between the two. They support one another in 2015.
Okay.
Biblical archaeology. So, yeah, we see y'all, man. And like Brother B said, we're going to be chastising you niggas. And stop running from real niggas, man, and real queens who know what the fuck they talking about. Taking the easy way out by choosing to stay among fools. And you're not there to educate the fools. You're there to exploit them for your motherfucking talents. And that's a bigger crime than anyone committed.
Ashe.
That's exactly what's going to go down. That nigga can have a line full of scholars on the line and be like, oh, you know what, let Hebrew crawl in.
Every time.
Because he know. The real motherfuckers, he going to duck and dodge them motherfuckers. He didn't make a video or be talking some shit. Quit hiding, man. It's the summertime. Amon-Ra is up, 16 hours, 18 hours a day. Nigga, let's get it poppin'. Niggas got a lot of time on their hands, man. We got a lot of time to build. But if you ain't protecting, defending something in regard to Africa, man, I mean, you a traitor. Word on the street. Word on the street. But then we continuously strive to stay, in this African lane. And it seems like, our brothers fall to the wayside. Some of them redeem themselves, but others fall so far that it's hard to get up. It's hard to get up from it. So, come on home. Bring this stuff back through your African filter. But that was the filter you're supposed to have. I don't know how you black African power, but you don't put your shit through a black African filter.
Brother B, Brother Bourne, because they're undercover cracker beast lovers. I told you I had sensed that sometime. And, when Brother Minkara brought up the insidious relationship that they're having with, real mental slave, it kills me to call them Africans, it really do, blacks from England and shit, right? Legitimizing the religions of perversions that these motherfuckers are upholding is very, it's beyond traitorous to me. You came on the scene. Your bistro was an atheist. You're going against the religions of perversion, and in 2015, you're saying, well, I don't got a problem with the Old Testament. It's just the New now, the New Testament. How do you fix your lips to say that? How does your African mind get betrayed by your lips? Let me get this clear. Can nobody from England tell me about the cracker beast on this side of the waters and what we done been through over here? Especially when I know you haven't studied this history, our experience here. You have no right. Just as it's a contradiction to say that you're African-centered, but yet you're appearing or hearing to a religion of perversion, as the brother Minkara said, the same thing applies when it comes to this cracker beast science. There's no in between.
told people, we ain't against time. We against all this, everything the cracker got to say about it, though. We're going to take it once, twice, thrice, everything that they got to say about it. But we know that is not coming from place of African upliftment. We know that without a shadow of a doubt.
Seems to me the only thing they got in common on some real shit is to keep the white cracker beasts in power.
Mm-hmm.
They have no connection to their history in this cracker beast.
And like Brother Nicholas said, they use it to back, they use it to back their whole ideology. That's what they and is blatantly seen. You give it enough evidence, enough evidence on how this cracker will manipulate the goddamn time. And so I want to put something in for before we get off. About the whole these Negroes' head real quick. Put in this reference for everybody out there. This is Castandolo, Italy, 1880. Anatomical human skull assigned to the Assyrian age of the Pliocene. They found the anatomically correct human skull, and it's the Assyrian, Astian of the Pliocene. And the Assyrian is the middle Pliocene, which is 3 to 4 million years old. So deal with that right there. Please don't tell me Africans was only here 200,000 years ago, 250,000 years ago, maybe not even that, because they still got Cro-Magnon in here 30,000 to 40,000 years ago. They're saying that we might have interacted with them, but not interbred when they was here 30 to 40,000 years ago. So who knows when they're trying to say that we actually came about totally and started dominating. Check that out. Just a nice reference for the family out there. Hopefully it ain't that hard to find, but we know how hard it is to find evidence when it's contrary to what the narrative has been put out. That's that right here. Let's see what, the line is open. Brother Vahe Rule, Brother Lilla, and Brother, I don't know who out there right now. I'm not looking at the screen right now. Anybody got anything that y'all want to add on? Yeah.
My last final closing statement is going to be that after intaking all the information, kind of reminds me of the X-Men-ish. You know what I'm saying? So it's like evolution gives breed off to this so-called superior mutant race that's either going to do two things. It's either going to destroy the world and everything living, or it's going to be this system of a power to where you have two fractions, where one side is for the protection of the people and the other side is built upon a system of destruction and shit. But when you look at the X-Men story and shit, and then you look at this evolutionary shit and the religious aspects to it and all that shit, it's all one and the same. You know what I'm saying? So it's some Stan Lee shit. You know, just based off that, if anybody who knows the history and the story of the X-Men, how they came about and how they got their powers, I see it the same way. Another thing that I see is that evolution, the so-called evolution, also gives breeding ground to the Kyle Jenners of the world and shit, or whatever the fuck, you know, the sick motherfucker's name is. A man going and changing his gender. You know what I'm saying? It's giving breed to shit like that. It's not natural. You know, it wasn't something that was introduced into the environment to make the sick-minded individual go and chop off his penis and turn it into a free roll-up with a split in the middle, or it wasn't the change of the environment or whatnot, or a course of action that happened that made a woman so close to opening and reinvert her clitoris into a penis and shit, and then go onto a birth certificate and get it changed as if, you know what I'm saying, she was born, that he or she was born this way. If that's, you know what I'm saying, the courses of science and evolution, that's a very dangerous thing. Because to me, I don't see that as anything evolving. I see that as being the destruction of life itself. And it's also one of the greatest deceptions of the world. So, like I said, it's another deceptive device that it's unfortunate that a lot of people have fallen into and a lot of people have accepted. This is what happens when you follow behind European science or European academia. Once the cracker knows that he's got you as that puppet on the string, he knows that he can make you believe and accept anything. That's exactly what you Negroes is doing. You know what I'm saying? So do yourself a favor, free your mind, let the dumb shit go, stand on truth, stand on things that can actually be proven, and take the great master's teachings and works and go ahead and continue the work from where they left off, instead of just coming up with a bunch of wild, crazy-ass shenanigans and shit, figuring out, since I got the heart of the mind of a hustler, I'm going to cut and paste and come up with shit that sounds sweet, and then I'm going to go and I'm going to run my hustle game on the people. I remember at the beginning of the year, the closing of the year, we had a discussion with the family on what the goal for the black community would be in 2015. I said it should be us getting free and working on our liberation. They threw that away. Oh, no. 2015 is going to be about black economics. Well, I'm going to say this. What did black economics get you? Because our economic struggle and condition hasn't changed. The only thing that changed is that you had a year where a bunch of niggas conned their own people and made money off their own people by using the same tricks and trade that the European cave cracker beasts used on us in the beginning. All y'all did was turn that into a hustle and figured out, well, damn, I might as well rock my own people to sleep and get paid off of it. So if this is where all this shit's going to end up to and lead up to, I don't want no parts of it. I know where I stand. I know my position. And I know what it takes for us to move forward on actions and be active and get shit done rather than stay, with my head in the book, not doing anything active, not making any change, not building in the community, not militarizing our people. Because you can't have economics without military. You got to have something to defend and to go out and get back our resources that has been taken from us. Let's just use Britain, what Britain did in Africa and shit. You know what I'm saying? They found the way to profit. They said, we won't construct materials in Africa. Nothing will be assembled. But what we'll do, we'll take all the resources out of Africa and take them to a white supremacist so-called nation, a stolen nation, and then we'll assemble whatever it is that we're going to assemble and manufacture. Then we'll go throughout the whole entire world and we'll sell it at 3 to 4 times markup, and therefore we'll become billionaires overnight. What stops us from taking back our resources and doing the same thing? But you can't take over, you can't take back and conquer what's been taken from us without a military strategy and without a motherfucking army to do it. Because even once we get to where we're trying to get to, you still got to be able to defend off attacks. You're not going to get anywhere without fighting. You know what I'm saying? Realize that the shit that happened to us, if you don't know it, go back, re-scratch that surface, educate yourself properly, and realize that what we are up against isn't something that you can defeat with just words. This isn't something that you can defeat, and I don't even use this word because the word doesn't exist. But for those that got religion, you can't defeat this shit with hope. With hopes and dreams and faith and praying to a non-existing man-made creature for that matter. You know what I'm saying? That's not going to make all this shit go away. It's only going to be a few strategies that work. You know what I'm saying? And if that's something that you're not ready to sign up for, if that's something that you're not ready to sign up for, and that's a part of reality that you don't want to deal with, then by all means, stay plugged in the matrix, get you a virtual reality headset, and create your own world that gives you self-comfort. Because in reality, the world ain't based on self-comfort and things being a false reality. But, you got Negroes that seem to think that that's the way that life functions, and that as long as they just sit on their ass and accept life the way that it is, that it's either they don't give a fuck about what happens to those tomorrow because it's not happening to them. So, it's just easy for y'all motherfuckers to stay lost in horse shit. I ain't got no time for that, but I'm going to cut it short. That's going to be my final word. I appreciate all those that came out tonight. I appreciate Captain Africa coming in, dropping them the knowledge for the people. You know what I'm saying? On some real shit. You know what I'm saying? Not on some manifested rhetoric, regurgitated, I heard so-and-so say this shit, so I'm going to say it because the shit sound good. Sprinkle artificial flavoring and sugar on shit and feeding it to the people. I can respect people that deal with real history, real information, actual facts, that you could actually go and research and continue off of the conversation or the information given and go out and build and take it further along and put action behind it. Put that strength and that energy behind it. Not only you and your community, but the ancestors as well. So that's going to be it for me. Appreciate y'all. Black love to the belly. Baby for ODA. Everybody, rest easy tonight. Black power.
Black power.
Black power.
Black power. Black power. All right. Yeah. I like to throw this out, Brother B, for a good topic, probably for Slaughterhouse. It's needed to go over.
Is something wrong with my microphone? Y'all can hear me okay?
In his role in Ethiopia. And when you look at World War II, Hitler convinces Mussolini of the see everything we talking about with the back it up with history. So for Slaughterhouse, I think we should go look at the role. They got World War II now in color. They got documentary on Mussolini, and it's really showing how Hitler loved Mussolini, his charismatic nature and so forth. But he thought that he lacked foundational, in regards to his enlightenment through eugenics. So around the same time when Hitler institutes his eugenic theory and starts isolating certain populations and killing Jews, Mussolini does the same thing. Mussolini also, because Mussolini didn't like Hitler at first. But that nigga Hitler sent him a letter, and he wanted that nigga an autograph or photograph of him. That nigga denied his request. Like, he's a fucking faggot. So, I don't know if that's what he said, but he probably came off like that. Like, nigga's fucking gay or something. So, when Hitler came to power, he came to Italy and got a good little reprisal and so forth. But Mussolini was like, yeah, this nigga's weird, man. So, like, a couple years later, Hitler took a lot of his meetings from Mussolini and used that. And basically, Hitler running shit. So Hitler brought that nigga to Nazi Germany. And when Mussolini seen that nigga's army, he got a little scared. In fact, he got so scared, he said he feared that he would ever want to get on his bad side militarily. So Hitler basically going through all his way, waiting for Mussolini to arm himself in his race war. His social Darwinism race war. It convinces the nigga. Mussolini ain't never seen no warfare. So to show, because he wants to show Hitler that he ain't no motherfucking fool, and he also wants to show the world, he attacks Ethiopia. But what I want y'all to look at, we can go into this shit, because I'm still studying this shit now. I'll be ready by Saturday up. But Mussolini is still working for the king of Italy, and he's still taking orders from the Pope. Mussolini was trying to reestablish the days of Caesar. Caesar was a Roman. Romans venerated and destroyed the Greeks, but they all venerate Serapis. Y'all see the connection. So why would he take an armed nation like Ethiopia? Well, better that. What I like to focus on is the same thing SETI focused on. God damn it, Italy to Ethiopia is a long-ass trial. He took the same route that the Romans did to get to Ethiopia. He took the Nile, the Suez Canal. Well, I don't know if the Suez Canal was a finished established. I might be going off, but so I want to do something for the next topic, basically. You know what I'm saying? Because we can see other white nations taking heed of this eugenics theory. Mussolini, one of them. And instead of him attacking another European nation, he attacking the most holy. Remember, the biggest threat for the Holy Roman Empire is the Ethiopian church. So, something to throw out there. So we're gonna be slaughtering that shit, and we're gonna see a lot of niggas in fezzes. So check that shit out.
If the theory of evolution isn't racial ideology, I need somebody to help me understand how, in 1972, how the Crackerby scientists over in West Africa, Oklo Gabon, found a nuclear reactor that they dated as being as old as 1.8 billion years and being in operation for over 500,000 years. Now, if you have this discovery with Crackerby scientists, and it was so profound to them that they had to get scientists from over here, even from China, to come all together, how do they not then turn around and rework their so-called theory of evolution if, they're all about the truth and there's no ideology in it?
if it's in West Africa, first thing I'll do is look at the colonial nation overseeing what country it's in. What political alignment are they? Are they a Commonwealth nation? Thus and forth.
France, you know that this was France. Okay? This was, as you just mentioned, a French colony in West Africa.
Mm-hmm.
But, again, if you're going to find something like this of this magnitude, isn't it supposed to now require you to rework your theory? It's just, you're given a date of 1.8 billion years.
That's what they're going to call an anomaly. And because there's only one of a certain anomaly, will be discredited. Because it's evidence, it's too precedenting to restructure the theory. So it's better to leave it into the memories of the Smithsonian, where they put all the archaeological finds and shit like that of significance and lock that away. But keep the theory in, because white power is still in politics. And white power needs the world to be in a social. White power needs the world to be in a certain social historical context. The social historical context is a biblical one. $3,500, $20,000. They're holding the world back. On one hand, they're saying millions of years we go back. But then they put a landmine in your thought process. It made you think million years ago. You automatically think of we were here, but we were some kind of ape. Fuck that. Not the African.
Black power.
What they found in us is the African has the capacity to adapt to any natural environment. So the Europeans spent billions of dollars in time creating a synthetic environment. A synthetic environment in which he is God. And by him being the God of the synthetic environment, he dictates the laws of nature in the synthetic environment. That's all it is. You know that. That's why when they get to the county or when you're in the country, the laws change for some reason. You notice that? You find more law restrictions of natural rights in cities than you do in the country or in the county. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That means you have to act a certain way. You have to have a certain psychological personality when involving oneself in a city, because your personality speaks to its false creation. It's not real. It has laws in it that wouldn't apply in natural situations and circumstances. You know what I mean?
Well, it's funny you say that because, you know, in the Matrix, whenever you saw that artificial life, right, that false reality, they were always in the city, weren't they?
Yes, ma'am. And you know what's crazy about that? damn, Sister Camille. Because none of them, that's probably what the Sister still probably getting. But none of them have, because if they somewhat dreaming, right, or they fantasizing, or they consciously dreaming, or consciously fabricating their reality. None of them had a construct that was of the country or in the jungle. Like you said, it was all city-based. Now, just think of me and you, and we digressing, but it's cool. Imagine if me and you come here, could project ourselves. Let's say the Matrix is real. We project into the Matrix. Would the agent be more successful catching you and I in the jungle as he would in the city? And could he tap into all the insects and animals like he could the individual slaves in the Matrix? You know how in the Matrix he can become any one of them?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think so. In that situation, everything would attack the agent because everything knows it ain't real.
Mm. Excellent point.
So the individual will fall in there and beat up like a motherfucker, or be totally destructed by its physical existence. We ripped to shreds. Because I like to mix the movie Matrix with Inception. And anybody seen the movie Inception? In Inception, they're trying to read your mind and unlock your mind's secrets by convincing your mind that the dream is real, right? Now, this white boy, while he's teaching this other cracker how to do this, he's using his subconscious mind, meaning which is a self-defense mechanism, something that niggas turn off nowadays, but it's always on, right? If the defense mechanism recognized itself in the dream, it would attack it. Anybody seen that movie? Remember that scene?
Mhm.
And the chick was in his mind, right? And the projection in his subconscious mind was his self-defense mechanism was his ex-wife, right? And the minute he letting her in his mind, but the fact that the mind knows it's something that's not real in that reality. Everything the dream made was attacking that bitch. That bitch was running.
Yeah.
That's the psyche of the European living in the jungle or walking around in the jungle without the knowledge being passed on to them by a native. See, now they walk around there with their heads up because they got their guns and shit like that. But before they got there, and they only go so far. They don't never go to the Congo. They'll never go too far. They use house niggas to go and take that part of it. But they still scare them diseases. Because those diseases are natural. They're living organisms, natural.
So yeah, they'll attack the hell out of the unnatural ass.
Yeah, me and you be sitting there eating oranges or eating a mango or something, or eating some sorghum or something, and the European be dying like a motherfucker, and we wouldn't catch the shit. It'll be very selective, you know what I mean?
They'll know who it's after. Oh, but their immune system just not equipped for natural.
Hell yeah, the first thing it's going to attack is his skin. And they have a rash. Well, what's going on? I have this bad rash. Tommy, come check it out. That motherfucking rash won't heal for some reason. Now he got the bugs eating at that shit. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be everything gonna be hip to his weakness. You feel me?
Yeah.
Fucking wasps keep attacking my wound. Yeah, nigga. They know.
No. So you know, I'm not totally in with the film. It would be like, I'm not in with the the sun gonna burn them up. We ain't gotta worry about them. But I do understand where they're coming from because it definitely is keeping them wet. We hope it gets 20 degrees more hot, 30 degrees.
And another thing too, brother, be to throw this out here too. If you take the Europeans' tale of the Neanderthal, what they're telling you is that Africans were able to, I don't want to use that term, they're going to run with it. Africans always were modern humans.
Exactly.
But the European couldn't be what he is today until this is what he say. He say they made it. Well, I'm not vouching for that shit. I don't think. Hell no, that thing ain't my baby. We didn't sleep. We didn't mate. But he's saying he became what he is today, not through by evolving in his own environment, but by simply mating with higher beings. And I'll leave it at that.
And that is evolution.
So my thing is, why he didn't change the modern human in his own climate? Why did he need us? That lets you know right there we ain't all the same because we didn't all so-called evolve. Dumb nigga. This nigga's dumb.
Nigga plugged out. You know, that's a very interesting point that you made right there, though, Brother Mr. Very interesting point and something that people take note of. I always take note of is the interbreeding between these said species because as far as I know, the mitochondrial DNA of the Neanderthal does not go back to the Homo line. Is a mannerism where it would coincide with the modern day human. So the mitochondrial DNA is an unknown variable, not something that they can find right now. We don't know readily what the why was because they don't have the ability to get that right. So that's just another point of potential. So when I look at them, I say, yeah, this shit right here. How do you can't species on species can't sleep together? We've already seen how it happened, and you spoke earlier on them changing the genetics. So that's the only way that we can see anything that they call evolution. Evolution is directed by man once he puts forces upon things. There's other things, like most things that they say that evolve happen to evolve. That's through pressures by man.
Ashe.
You can define it as being an unnatural process of change. An unnatural process of change.
Unnatural process of change. We have to make sure that we point some of this stuff. And we ain't going to copyright it because we're trying to get paid. He doesn't want next to go here trying to get paid off of it. You know you people motherfuckers.
Hey, that's what. That's really why they mad at us because feet on the ground just seem to be in the way of them niggas getting $1. Hey man, if you niggas are trying to get $1 off a line, man, fuck you niggas, man. Real talk. Niggas are going, but we gonna support whatever. We are very passive, naive people when it comes to certain shit. So we gonna support motherfucker, whatever really you bring. But damn, nigga, you ain't even gonna tie in the social Darwinism to this convention. You wanna leave that the most? That's really what it apply to us. I don't care how you put it, even if it's faking. You call it pseudo. But out of all the motherfucking content that it involves, that's the only part that really involves us that we need to be focusing on. And you gonna leave that out?
As you say, people always. You can like, you can fool some of the people some of the time, but you can't fool all the people all the time. So we're not going to allow that to happen. And as you said, we're in the way. It seems like we talk too much. We just asked the wrong question. We asking the wrong question.
Exactly. Nigga, the jig is up.
Stupid. The jig is up.
The jig is up, man. Real talk. Everything excuse me. Them niggas, they're taking they're taking advantage of the ignorance, man. Instead of promoting a sense of because the niggas could be doing the reverse. Instead, they playing right into the characteristics of a neo-colonialist. Because on one hand, they're using, I mean, they do niggas, oh man, I don't even know how to put it. That's that masonry shit. When you act a certain way in public, but you take secret oaths behind doors. You know what I'm saying? Those secret oaths are showing up in public. The more public they be, the more you hear about the oaths that they made outside of the public light.
And you saying that, nigga, Ron. Once you are Mason, you don't shake that shit off. That ain't no shit where you become one and then you stop. They teach, you learn certain things that you always brothers of another Mason. You always working with some other Mason.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I see it. It's just a fraternity. Fuck all that Illuminati shit. That shit is just white power with a fancy name. But when niggas become Masons, you're right. They take a certain oath to multicultural culture, with the white man running who and what is the dominant culture and what should be included and excluded.
Mm-hmm.
A. Rashid. And shouts out to Brother Bourne, too, because I almost forgot about that nigga. And if motherfuckers don't know about that nigga, Brother Carl, they'll put that nigga up like he's a motherfucking G. And that nigga been attacking the black community, mainly attacking SETI and so forth for a long motherfucking time. And that nigga one motherfucking class from being a cop.
Yeah,
that's it.
He's just African period. Fuck that African shit and all that. Fuck that black. Now he's talking about he's black on this shit. He's about black. He's about black. What the fuck is he talking about? This nigga is changed up. It's about black. I don't want to hear nothing about that.
The cracker didn't tighten up on them niggas. See, the cracker didn't tighten up on you niggas and said, you know what I'm saying, we're 50 capacity with Moors. All you want to be Moors now, you know what I'm saying? That's why they're trying to come back and appeal to us, man. The cracker only accepted some of them niggas as Moors. Real talk.
Yeah, because these niggas out there, talking about they know the secrets and you talking this, that, and the third, trying to put your ass right on now.
And to show you how they give a fuck about black Masons, all you gotta do is watch Rosewood. It was black Masons that helped the white Masons get away. Right?
Mm-hmm. They got the whole town damn near murdered.
Did he tell them niggas, did he tell them crackers where that white Mason went?
No, that's old.
And that's in one of their little third degrees or something. When you catch the third degree, you never tell on another Mason.
Yeah.
They beat that nigga. Man, they beat that nigga so bad. That nigga had 2 eyes 1 minute. And when they asked that nigga where the motherfucker went, that nigga fell and hit the ground. He got back up. One eye was still shut. And the other jaw swung like a motherfucker. I'm like, damn. Them savage crackers ain't waste no time. Feel me?
Mm-hmm.
That movie remind me of, oh, man. That was Ving Rhames' only redemption movie before he sold his ass with that little dyke movie. But anyway, yeah. That motherfucker white cracker got away scot-free. Raped the white bitch. He didn't say the nigga did it. He just got away. But the white girl said it was a nigga. So you was deceived twice. Mm-hmm. While the white woman said, ooh-wee. While the white woman said it was a nigga that did it, and the nigga didn't do it, the nigga helped the cracker get away. And end up getting the business anyway. Protecting that motherfucking cracker. Now, burnt the whole town down. Yeah. Crackers is something else. Over a hearsay. Yeah, then they killed everybody in the fucking town. Sorry to. See, like right now, they're picking shoes, and they ain't picking the shoes, and now they ganging up on motherfuckers when they ain't looking. But Niggas wish they would put a Rosewood now. White folks be telling each other and shit. And when they do, they going to be going to the motherfucking the suburbs or the goddamn subdivision communities and shit. They ain't going to the projects. Police aren't even going to projects. When police do go to projects, them niggas be deep, guns out.
Oh, when police go to protest?
Yeah.
Yo, you saying that
they come in 10 deep. They come in 10 deep for a nigga with a 22. But he bad with that 22 though, brother boy. He cold.
Mm-hmm. Well, I've seen the police protest. And when the police come to protest, trust me, they're not playing. They're serious. And you can't call the police on the police. Here's the thing. I've seen the police shut the motherfucking city hall down up here. They couldn't do nothing about it because it was the police. Ran right up to the city hall. Made the mayor give it back to Cracker's job.
Yeah, now I'm in California, brother B. Now, I can speak on one thing, and anybody from Carolina know what I'm talking about. The shit that police do now, they really weren't doing when gangbanging was high. They was scared, the police was scared to go in some niggas' communities. See what I'm saying?
Right. Son, that's what I say all the time. I'm like, yo, man, where the fuck was all these police back when we was just getting this shit rocking out here? Yo, when it was really lights out this joint, man, police wasn't nowhere to be found. I'm going nowhere. Motherfuckers have making $1 million, man. Same amount of police making $1 million.
Hell yeah, I'm talking about California. See, now in California, they toned down a whole lot. You can wear whatever you want, but me, brother Little, brother Heru, we like. I remember I grew up in the last era where you really had to fucking watch where you went. You still gotta do that now, but you really had to watch what you wore in public because the coach, it was active. It was about putting in work. And I don't care what nobody say, Khalid Muhammad seen it. They got the best potential for revolution if you give them the right. They want to revolt. They just don't know they know it's a problem. They just, if you can shape them, give them niggas a priority, them niggas will go 110% for this red, black, and green movement. Because they feel niggas. That's what I see. Okay, well, the typical gang-banging nigga who don't give a fuck, that's a feel nigga. I like him. I identify with that motherfucker. And right now, it's been a 30-year campaign on field niggas. Now you got a lot of house niggas out here. You got a small collective of field niggas. A lot of collective. That small collective is on this line tonight. And we see the subliminal messaging of these house niggas who are trying to sap out and, train your revolutionary spirit. Whether it be science, whether it be religion, multiculturalism, or we gossip.
Hey, yo, you saying that we're in a situation where instead of the agent coming to infiltrate the structure, the agent creates something. Those who don't want us to survive, they create the structures in order for us to come into them and be held back. Instead of coming to infiltrate that which you already created, they just created for us. We step right on in. Looking for something different.
Now, I'll throw this out here too, because niggas forgot. If you notice, the whole genetic testing that you were part of Africa you come from really came from a house nigga named Henry Louis Gates Jr. Remember that? Mm-hmm. Henry Louis Gates Jr. got a program on NBC. Well, they tested Negroes from America and found out that niggas aren't connected to being Native Americans. I remember that.
Mm-hmm.
And then he found one of his relatives to be connected to England. Yeah, what niggas don't know is, if you go to YouTube or you go somewhere, go get a lecture by John Henry Clark and Professor Mackey called The Impact of Zionism and the History of Zionism. In there, Professor Mackey going to tell you about a news article written by Henry Louis Gates Jr. calling Dr. Clark a bigot, and I forgot the way he used, a cold word. Basically a bigot who spewed nothing but rhetoric, and that he is so-called damaging the long-lasting relationship that we African people have had with Jews. Remember that? Mm-hmm. Henry Louis Gates Jr. got an impeccable scholarly record coming from Harvard. Henry Louis Gates Jr. would have never been successful in the black community as he was until successful black leaders like Dr. Henry Clark died. And y'all see the effects. The minute John Henry Clark died, other elders, the first thing he do is get a program on NBC questioning your DNA validity, starting a DNA culture where niggas nowadays, black as night, don't know if they're African or not, and giving money to crackers for genetic testing, which serves them because they already want your blood anyway.
Funny you mention that, brother, because I had to share that today with a family member, because thanks to you, I'm well versed with that lecture. And he said that, to quote Louis Gates, that our mastermind elders are threatening the historical relationship between blacks and Jews. And Professor William Mackey revealed that at the time that this black neo-colonialist said this, he was the highest paid professor in this country.
Thank you, Sister Camille. So when they say jump,
okay.
Watch out. Don't want your head to hit the moon.
And Professor William Mackey, that you see that man look just like my dad, man, and he one of them tedious history teachers that you've had. I only had a few, and they all kind of got them characteristics, you know, and that motherfucker just like Dr. Clark when it come to having that encyclopedia type memory and so forth. He ain't using no notes. No notes. And like you said earlier, Sister Camille, he still referred to Dr. Now, he said this, that Henry Louis Gates Jr. wrote this shit about Dr. Clark when Dr. Clark was scuffling, getting information with his great-granddaddy. That's how old Dr. Clark was back then. His granddaddy was you know what I'm saying? Dr. Clark was old enough to be was old enough to be Louis Henry Gates Jr.'s granddaddy. Feel me? Mm-hmm. At the time when he wrote that bullshit. So yeah, history gonna serve, you know, it don't pay to have a short-term memory when it comes to your glory, and I don't have one. I got a short-term memory when it comes to European shit. Oh, for real? Oh, I didn't know that they found that.
Okay. Man.
These the same motherfuckers who told you aliens were coming. On the public.
Nah, man, I'm saying, what happened to 2012? December 2012. We're supposed to be out of here already, the Mayan calendar.
Yeah. And why is that every European religious faction gets famous by not properly being able to say when the world gonna come to an end, but they still get famous? Yeah. The nigga from the Jehovah's Witnesses said the world will come to an end, and peep this out, y'all. He got his calculations from a mathematical equation on the diameter of the Giza pyramid. The number he got, he put it together as the number being representative of a month, a day, and a year.
So while his psyche so caught up with the world coming to an end, it wouldn't make sense for the whole world to end, but your world would end, meaning your experiences as a creature and yours alone, motherfucker. You will come to a being extinct. That's his fear, being extinct. And they're trying to project that fear on everybody else. Nah, nigga. We know, nigga, nature on our side, nigga. You ain't finna fool us. Your ass is coming to an end. You told you about fucking with Mother Nature, nigga. Now you learn it.
And I do feel that the cracker beast has a Frankenstein complex. Why are they so caught up with genetic engineering? Did they come across something that said that they were genetically engineered? Did they find an old manuscript, an old scroll, something?
The Tabahu, the creative white man.
Just don't know.
I rock with Elijah Muhammad. The white man was grafted, then I rock with them niggas came from us.
Yeah, man.
Because even when Elijah Muhammad break it down, he don't say it's he directly from us. He say it'll take the time to get that nigga to come, he had to come from, Elijah said it took time to graft that nigga from you.
But you see what he say, right? See, look, and even in the story though, he don't get the African, he get the disagreeable. He get a bunch of disagreeable. So they all was a Mason, and Elijah Muhammad was also an anthropologist, because when he said it was 4 different races, he was right. And he was going off what Secretary Diop said before Secretary Diop wrote that shit. You know what I'm saying? He was right when he said that. 4 distinctive races in the original. And he was going off that depiction off the wall. Mm-hmm.
But go ahead, Brother B, because you know the insights from the shit.
No, I was just saying that, just looking at what you were saying, that we can infer from what Elijah Muhammad said about the grafting, that he said that they were the disagreeable people. And when we start to look at that, that's the side when we start to look at what the Tamahu was, and they're saying that these were created people. And then you look at the island. That's one thing, man. Look, everything on Elijah Muhammad, man, this nigga might have read something that these motherfuckers, he might have read something. Because look at all the islands. All the islands got these different breeds of people on them. You find Homo erectus on isolated islands way out, away from everything else. Like, how the fuck how do you get over there if you, barely, saying you human life? Well, how do you get, there's no boat. You're not making boats. Homo erectus wasn't making boats. You got the Negrito and the people from Jawa. They hold the same type of. They hold a allele that only Chinese people have. Chinese people are genetically directly descended from these people from way this island, way far away from Asia, and somehow they got way up over there. And all of these black ass people is part Neanderthal. So that's why I think it's a genetic manipulation. I have to believe that our people understood genetic manipulation. And see, I know they did. You know how I know that they understood genetic modification? I was talking to my father about grass and wheat and shit like that. Because he plainly is like, yo, there's no way that this shit just evolved into something that we could eat. It would not. Because what would be the pressure put on it that it just, what kind of pressure put the environment? How is the plant just going to know I'm near human, so let us evolve into something that they can eat? How would the plant know that? The plant will stay whatever plant it is, because that's what it is.
Exactly. See, you can't give a plant synthetic water because it only deals with natural things. You know what I'm saying?
Natural things. And so
you can go into the molecular structure of the fucking plant and tell it to or have it do something else. But see, you went into it by unnatural means to do that, to get that result.
Exactly.
See, genetic engineering is exactly what it is.
It is genetic engineering.
It's not they're not de-engineering. If it was de-engineering, genetic de-engineering, what they're doing that shit too. But they're not doing it for the purpose of they're doing it to weaponize, to culture, to create.
And so that's re-engineering. They're doing some re-engineering. That's what Africans has it. See, this is how that's what I'm saying. That's how I know we understood genetic manipulation. Because you would have to do that. You would have to change. That's what you would have to do. You would have to genetically modify these different grains in order for them to be edible by man, and man would have to do that. There is no environmental pressure that could just make that happen. There's no you would have to do selective. You would have to do selective cross breeding and shit like that in order for that to happen. Not going to be no shit that natural selection. It's going to be an unnatural. Natural selection ain't going to just make plants, just become more edible. That would be against the whole plant fucking style. The plant ain't trying to get more edible. The one trying to sustain his life. That's where I'm at with that. I'm standing with that. I'm standing with they said that they are part of me in the soul. Let's go to what Sister Camille was asking. I was stating about when we were talking about the microscopes and shit like that. Like that's what I think that they found. That they found that they were genetically different. That they had this Neanderthal, Denisovin, all in them, which made them a direct link to an ape. So since they knew that we were on the planet longer, they had to make us also part of this ape hominid lineage in order to explain away their own ape hominid fucking traits. Where then they can say, well, look, it's not that I was, I'm just somewhat a beast. I'm just a little beast. And so they want to be able to explain away their motherfucking nature and blame it on what it says right here. Or they want to be able to also utilize it to say this is why we better. This is why we better, or this is why we work. They're going to use it either way. So I'm going to stick with it. I'm gonna roll with the white man because he ain't never did from that. He never said
they doing two things, Brother B, when coming with that bullshit, and I don't want to spend too much time on the evolution shit because it's really bullshit we're talking about. But they're using that to say all black people, white people are basically the same, and that's not fucking true. Because fuck us. We've been, the oldest bones we got, our relative, is 200,000 years. But we know other people, other than whites, but not an African, they've had two changes in the past 100,000 years. And they've only become what they are now by mixing with us. So what the fuck were they before they mixed with us?
Mixed with us. Fucking Bigfoot.
Don't tell me about isolate group 44189. Don't tell me about that shit. What the fuck were they before? Because we had our own independent development that speaks to our glory now. that speaks to our relevancy now. That's why it's so puzzling. Well, what the fuck have you motherfuckers changed? How have y'all changed in the past 50,000 years? Wow. Exactly where you're coming from. That's, you know, we're in the zone right now.
Explain that shit. You know, don't worry about us. All right? Explain your shit. Because you new here. We been here.
All right, there you go. That's what I'm talking about.
They basically try to bypass us and let you talk about it. And then, like Brother Mitchell said, they start to blur lines with the microbiology and start to say that we all same on the genetic level. And that way, well, after everybody the same, ain't nobody better. And they'll have to drive with that line before they drive with, you know, we are total different species of beings. Yeah. Somehow genetically modified enough that we can make back with Africa. Number of white religion. And those are the most diseased people in the world too. I can't think. The house party is about to fall, looking very weak. And we're gonna push it forward on this for a long time, man. Y'all know out there we've been doing this for long enough, and we not know we just not slow. You know what I mean? We disagree for the reasons, and you heard several of them tonight. Y'all heard more than enough. The Beasto and the boys, eat it up, get the soup right, honey buns, all the rest of y'all. We'll be marching forward. This is what we be holding. Just to the Euro time. I mean, not with. Yeah, I meant to mention this earlier. Oh, yeah, that's all I'm saying. Reevaluate, reinterpret everything for yourself. Run it through your ass yourself. Listen not once, not twice, but twice. After that, you'll be thoroughly indoctrinated with the African thought or whatever it is you get. Now, Brother Nico, can you give us the title again for Storehouse Saturday? And write it down. So, what was the theme, and we'll figure out the title.
Yeah, basically one just let's look into the expansion of eugenics and how Hitler influenced Mussolini. And Mussolini was an Italian dictator who waged genocide on Ethiopia in World War II. And I think it's you know, he was able to do that because he infiltrated Ethiopia through Somalians and Eritreans who were in the feds. But let's look at the influence Hitler had on Mussolini, and how Mussolini, after Mussolini got up with when he got up with Hitler, he was pressured to go inward on Italian Jews. So we see the eugenic influence on Italy, how Italy felt the need to rise to white powers called by waging war on the basically a defenseless nations like Ethiopia. So we need to put some things in perspective. And But we already said he already went in on the Morris motherfuckers. But I think it's also a connection with Mussolini there, and Mussolini, when you know the history of Mussolini, his own motherfucking constituents killed him, and how after he was going to war in Ethiopia, he thought he convinced Hitler that he had had military in his own people, he had military skill. So when the fight for Egypt came in Sudan, when the British and the French were taking it to their ass, French legionnaires with niggas with feathers. So even though they fighting over Egypt, see this war gives rise to later Cold War tactics. How European nations are fighting, but they're using other nations to do it, mainly African nations. This gives rise to that. So while they're getting their ass whooped, Mussolini don't want to let Hitler know that he can't handle his load, because Hitler see the bigger picture. He's seeing Germans down there anyway, which win the battle. So Mussolini get a little embarrassed. But as Germany is rising, and as Germany's whooping ass here, whooping ass there, Mussolini's getting stressed out. He thinking, damn, I didn't know this nigga was that nigga was real. Most motherfucking dictators at that time, they were just talking and getting the power and then sit their ass down. This nigga Hitler was really active. So he mismanaging power so bad, his own people locked his ass up in jail. You know who got him out of jail, y'all? This nigga Hitler, this cracker had loyalty. He really liked this nigga, man. This nigga Hitler sent paratroopers from Germany all the way to Italy, got into the prison, got the nigga out without a gunshot being fired, and the next day had the nigga come into the German airport, and Mussolini was recorded as saying, I knew you wouldn't forget about me. I knew you didn't leave me down, right? Positions the nigga, once he gets, get the nigga health back to what he thought was, Hitler still see the bigger power. Hitler like, nigga, if you're not willing to manage Italy, I will, but I would rather see you running Italy, right? So he stayed as the nigga in one part of Italy. Basically, Italy divided in two. So Hitler trying to get this nigga back in power. And when the shit finally hit the fan, the nigga Mussolini trying to get out the country, end up in the trunk of a car. Get shot by his own, used to be one of his own soldiers, and drugged down the street like a motherfucking a traitor, up and down the street. So it's something to consider looking at in terms of world history, in terms of knowing our enemy and knowing where we stand in light of that, because they'll brag about World War I and II because they had numbers, but they'll never again be able to produce that many numbers to fight. And that's called the geopolitical context of history. That's Professor William Mackey, because he's the first person I heard break down how Garvey was successful in getting us out and moving us back to Africa during Reconstruction. I mean, not Reconstruction, but during this era, which they called the better, what was it called, Freeman's Bureau and so forth. A lot of motherfuckers, that was before Marcus Garvey, actually. But what fucked Marcus Garvey up, what they don't know about, was that England and America was setting up copycat nations in Western Africa for niggas to go back home. Sierra Leone and Liberia. Sierra Leone, Liberia, mainly Liberia, as Professor Mackey said, was rich in rubber. What's important to know around this time when Garvey was leading this movement and why it was that the car was coming into being. Mm-hmm. And while Americans were competing for the car with the British, because the British had all the rubber plantations, and when they saw rubber in Liberia, basically Ford, who make cars today, said basically if the motherfucking Liberians don't give them all the exports to the rubber, that they will basically take over the country. Mm-hmm. And that was the one thing that held back Garvey from being successful in this movement. People don't know this. So what goes on one part of the world can affect us. Well, it's important to look at things from a geopolitical perspective in terms of history. Because Ethiopians didn't know nothing about Mussolini. But here it is, this Italian was gassed up by a German who was ready for war. He wasn't. And instead of fighting another cracker, had tried to prove himself by war on a small African nation. You see what I'm saying? Black Power. Black Power. And that would be the tell that we will be jumping on through this Slaughterhouse Saturday. Instead, we be delving into this Mussolini and the pictures of them down in the motherland, Ethiopia. We're going to try to definitely check that out, but think about that. That's going to bring some folk out. That it's definitely a timely topic. So, Slaughterhouse Saturday, y'all make sure that y'all tune in, be prepared for that show at 9:30 Eastern, 6:30 on the west side, the best side. You know how we do. We got a lot of going on in the background. A little bit. Still, y'all. Let's do it again. But, as I said, we're going to try to keep it moving on. I like to have a couple closing words. We close out. Me, I'm just digesting the information that was put out tonight. Definitely look forward to, I look forward to seeing family, real soon. Make sure that somebody, somebody got a thing going on in the background. They got noise in the car door, something. They found a young lady talking to. So, I was saying, they're going to put a nice tree out here. But at the end of the day, we will make sure that we stay in charge of our life lessons. We'll stay ripped up with our history, recent, and far back as we can delve into. We'll make sure that we are assertive with the understanding of the things that are going on amongst the community whilst we try to get ourselves together. And so that's what we'll be dealing with this Slaughterhouse Saturday. Tuesday we'll be doing news, and more news. You know what time it is on that one at 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 on the west side, the west side. Y'all catch the flyer out, so we'll make sure that the flyer is out for the show. I'll make the event. Tag yourself in the event. Add people on to the event. Come on in and let's have a nice discussion about Mr. Luke. With that being said, this is me. I just had to want to drop it before I close out on the line. L-E-O-L. That's going well. I don't know what's up. L-E-O-L. What is going on? All right, I got it. I was no line. But Sister Kabir, anything you want to drop off, those line, they're going crazy. Mad on.
Not listening at all. Paying no attention.
Death to all cracker beasts, and this vile racist cracker beast society must fall. Black Power, a BB for Hodier.
All right. Brother Maker, right, you led the charge tonight. But if you do want to part with something, please do. We definitely make sure you give the people something that's worthwhile. I enjoy sitting back and taking in the wisdom. You know what I mean? It was an enjoyable thing. Very rare for me to be able to let it get that to happen where I can just sit back and do that. Thank you again.
Man, let's do it again, man. That's all I gotta say.
All right. Well, we'll check you out. You know what it is. Come on in. Go to the house Saturday. Come on, bring your necks out there to the line. Please bring your knives, your forks, your spoons, everything. Sharpen on up. We we had to close it earlier, but we just kept the conversation going a little bit longer. So with that being said, Brother, you want to close with something? You want to drop a couple of jewels real quick? I'll see you out there.
Nah, family, FOG held it down. Captain was on duty. Queen, yourself, I love the family, man. Black Power.
Black Power. Brother Rahe Rule, you get a chance one more time. They come back around to Rahe Rule one more time again. All right. Well, we'll take that from Brother Rahe Rule. Silence is enough.
Only word is global African supremacy, guys. Black Power. Good night, everybody.
All right, well, we'll go out like we come in, praise that turn the glory to God, the Lord of the Spirit, God, the power of the Muhammad. Praise Harriet Tubman, glory to IDB, well, the Lord of the Spirit, Sister Fanny Lou Hamer, a beautiful Hodier.
Cracker in the trunk.
Neo-colonialist, too.